Yeah, let's do it. Let's rock the Casbah. Needs to be done. I'm sure I'm going to get in trouble for this one. That's okay. Michael Nelson always talks about hot button issues, controversial issues, and he doesn't beat around the bush. And we'll do all of this tonight while working on this one. Isn't this fun? This is called collage time. 1,500 piece, man. We're set in for a while to put this baby together. Excuse me, I am a pig. So, why? Well, what's all the hype about Sydney Sweeney? I'm just going to say it. Men are simps. Hello, Chanel. Hi, Fred Hinkle. Oh my gosh, Chanel, you have been gone for a while. It is so good to see you, Chanel. Now we got to do the border. Man, I haven't seen one outside piece yet. There's one. Nice glossy picture here. Well, hello, Mr. E-Rock. Uh-oh. Yeah, did you see what I got? How many pieces is it? This is 1,500, man. It's all Elvis memorabilia. Actually, it looks like other people, too. Nancy Sinatra, Jefferson Airplane. What do we got in here? Tiger Beat. I remember that. Tiger Beat magazine. That's been a long time ago. They'll be singing, bye, bye, Miss American Pie. Drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. Them good old boys drinking whiskey and rye, singing, this'll be the day that I die. This'll be the day that I die. Yeah, good stuff. Okay, I don't mean to be a party pooper. I know all the conservatives are slobbering all over Sydney Sweeney. Number one, hello, Mrs. E-Rock. Hello, Ann Brown. Either or, Ann Brown, you can call me anything but late for dinner. Life is busy. You got that right, girl, Chanel. I'm telling you. And it don't stop for us, do it? Okay, number one, Sydney Sweeney's overrated. Number two, I don't know what the big flap is about, that she stood up to somebody. Man, I stand up, people stand up. Do you know why she's getting all the attention? These, wait a minute, let's do this. These pushed all the way up here. You notice that? They look like they're fake. Either that or she's got a push-up bra, but they basically look like reverse butt cheek up here instead of down here. I don't know Sydney, nothing personal, but she's more yada, 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 narcissist and TikTok queens, and I'm done with it. So what? She wore blue jeans. You know how many chicks I see wear blue jeans that look good? Why is she so special? Oh, because everybody's slobbering all over her because she's a conservative. Guess what, boys? You're not going to get a date with her, so relax. Relax. Hello, cornbread. And I'm good with it. Hi, Chris. Give me the beat, boys, to freeze my soul. I want to get lost in your rock and roll and drift away. There you go, and bring it. I am not attracted to Sweeney. I'm sorry, I like girls that are firm. I look at all this, that's all marshmallow. You take that bra off and they go like this, okay? Not my type, not my thing. And that's America. That's one of the faults of America is we have put women with big tatas on a pedestal. I don't think so. Oh, yeah. Dolly Parton on here? I don't know if Dolly Parton's on here. Let me look around. Then we got Tiger Beat magazine. See if we can get that in there. Look at that. Tiger Beat. Probably find Scott Bio in there. My sister had a crush on Scott Bio. I used to tease her. I said, "Oh, Scott Bio. Oh, shut up, Michael." Ba-dun-da-dun, da-dun-da-dun. These boots are made for walking. And that's just what they'll do. Because one of these ding-dong days, these boots are going to walk all over you. Are you ready, boots? Ba-dum-ba-dum. Ba-dum-ba-dum. I am not trying to be mean, but Sydney Sweeney's overrated. Conservative guys are simps. They're slobbering all over her and her little jeans and her boobies. Man, I see so many women in my life. She doesn't do anything. Man. If I saw her in the street, I wouldn't turn all the way around and go, wow. One, because a woman like that is not going to be my friend just because they're flying at a different elevation than I am, usually an arrogant one. They think that they're all that on a shtick and a bag of chips. So, folks, this is why I hate media. Both sides. That's right, Chanel. Is anybody with me? Does anybody think that Sydney Sweeney's overrated? Would you call her a 10, ladies? I mean, come on. I know everyone's going to try to be nice here, but what's the deal? People act like she's the only one that looks good in blue jeans. Come on. I know she caught flack for wearing blue jeans. People tried to say it was racist, and I'm like, whatever, stupid. I mean, the people yelling the word racism don't even know what it means anymore. They're retarded. They're literally mentally retarded. Absolutely, cornbread. To me, I'm not attracted to her. Girls like her are a dime a cargo ship load. There's a lot of girls that look just like her. Don't you wish your girlfriend looked just like me? No, because you all look the same. Give me originality. We want cake. Small-breasted women some of them suffer because of the way our media and our culture has put Pamela Sue Anderson and Cindy Crawford and Catherine Bach and Bo Derek, and I'm talking about people from my era. They put them on a pedestal. Bo Derek was hot, I'm not going to lie. Dolly Parton. But I'm going to tell you, I've seen some flat-chested women. I'm trying to think of names. Phoebe Cates, she was drop-dead gorgeous. Brooke Shields was drop-dead gorgeous. There was other ones from the 60s, 70s that were fashion models that were incredibly good-looking, and they were very androgynous, and they were females, and they were very beautiful. And God made women in all types and sizes with regards to breasts, and it's sad that society and our magazines for the longest time, they put Cosmopolitan would never show a woman that's flat like me. They wouldn't do it. Sex sells. But I'm going to tell you, there was a girl named Kim Barron in Mammoth High School, and I remember they all made fun of her and called her an itty-bitty titty committee, and I looked at my friends, I said, y'all going to think I'm weird, but I think she's smoking hot. Mike, she don't have no tits. I said, yeah, she does. You guys are stupid. Stupid. But that's society. I remember when I was in not the Philippines, but in Hong Kong, and the girls would tell me, Michael, how come you like us? The white women have the big breasts. I said, really? You think that's what I'm after? I thought all men want the women with the big breast. I said, no, not all of us. There's pros and cons of both. different strokes for different folks. I think women should be happy with what God gave them and try to take care of that. Sad. The color of the number 7. Yeah, people thought she was hot because of her stance. But folks, can I say something? Every one of us are standing up. We're not getting a victory parade for that. And that's the media for you. That's the media. You know, I lost my job because I stood up against something that happened in Cincinnati. Interesting, I was out in the yard wearing one of these, sweeping the front porch, and then I was going to go out and rake, and a SUV stopped, lady stopped, and, well, hey, Redhead, do you remember me? And I knew exactly who it was. I said, yes, ma'am. She got very angry at me during COVID. Kept just fussing about COVID. And I hung up on her. I said, man, I don't want to listen to this no more. I hadn't seen her in years. I think she had a semi-crush. I did. She's black, very slender. She's petite, flat-chested. And I was polite. I said, hey, how you doing? You got a minute to stop? She goes, I'm actually on my way. I said, all right. She said, good to see you. I said, you too. At least she buried the hatchet. Life is interesting. Got to get all these end pieces before I can go anywhere with this. This is going to be a challenge. There's so much collage of stuff in here that it's not going to be easy. Colette, I got this at the flea market. I bought this for my Native American friend. She told me today, I love you so much. She always grabs me, gives me a hug, and smooches me right on the cheek. She is such a sweet lady. I forgot what India she said. I think she said she has Cherokee blood in her. You can definitely see it. Very nice lady. She said, I've always loved your style. She said, you walk through here with so much confidence. I said, I don't know if it's confidence. I just walk like I own the place. She goes, Michael, you're sexy. I said, come on now. She goes, you are a good-looking guy. I said, yeah, tell the girls that. She goes, Mike, the girls today have lost their minds. And we started talking about that. I said, do you see who they're dating? She goes, it's ridiculous. She said, bums that lay on the couch and do nothing. I said, pretty much. They'll laugh at me, but they'll chase that around. Hey, play stupid games. Get stupid prizes. Get what you pay for. I don't know if I could be married. I want somebody, though. I do. I feel it. You know, it's not good for us to be alone. Any of us. You know, we tend to fall in on ourselves, pick up all these bad, dumb habits, and you got to have somebody else to live for. You got to have somebody to invest in. I don't mean your bank account. I mean somebody to put your affections, your time and energy on. You know, we get set in I'm 59, folks. We get set in our ways. And then they start telling us, can't you teach an old dog new tricks? I ain't a dog, but I get the point. No, she's quite a bit older than me. She's quite a bit older, and she's married. She has a husband. She was telling me that her husband is black, and she said, I have to take care of him. He's not doing so well. And she said, he tell me I'm stupid and not smart. I said, really? She was in the military. She got all 3 ranks, sharpshooter, marksman, and I forgot what the other one was. She goes, Mike, I was a dead aim. She said, I used to fire the bazookas. I said, really? She's a feisty woman in a good way, but she's always been nice, and she believes. She is a believer. I said, is your husband? She goes, Michael, he says he is, but I think he's a false prophet. She said, I just don't see it. Yep, such is life. I have my flea market friends. There's an African-American woman who's very, very eccentric. We had a good discussion today, and I even talked to the guy that's cross-dressing, and he sells a lot of art. And I said, so how does your wife feel about this? She goes, she didn't like it, but the other day I went out of the house to go to work in a dress. Normally I wear my regular clothes, and she came up and gave me a kiss and said, I love you. You know, are you trying to reach people in your world? I don't mean going up and preaching Jesus at them. Do you try to cross a bridge and get along with folks so you can have an opening? I tell you what, you need to. You need to. We all need to. People tend to guilty of staying in their comfort zone and firing their little darts at everybody. And it's like, folks, we all need Jesus. No matter who. Guys over 30, I don't know about that. I think more my age on up is when that starts happening. Some people can be stuck in their ways as a teenager. But typically older, you're not going to change grandma. You're not going to change grandpa. So don't even try. Don't even try. Now, where'd that flat piece go there we go. My body is sore. I raked the backyard, picked up all the leaves, raked the front, chased a lizard around. I like lizards. Is that your child? Wow, that piece was just staring up at me. Creepy. Puzzles are fun. Mr. E-Rock, Miss Amber, how are you guys doing, and what puzzle are you working on? What is the picture and how many pieces? I asked you that. I didn't see your answer because I got my face buried in my own mess. Hi, Doggy. Hi, Lupe. Cheryl. I tried. Hey, Jude, don't bring me down. La da da da. La da 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 da. La la da 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 da. Never really liked the Beatles, but that song gets stuck in my head. How many years later? Penny Lane is another one. Penny Lane. I remember when Paul McCartney went solo. Actually, he had Paul McCartney and the Sound of Wings. When you're a kid, you latch onto a song. Never made the radio. Cook of the House. I love that song. You can hear the pots bubbling in the background. Cook of the House. One of my favorite all-time songs that never made radio for Men at Work is Down by the Sea. Oh my gosh, is that song. I could write a movie script off of that. I thought I was going to be part of it, but I'm such a romantic. When I chased the Filipino to Hong Kong, that song went through my mind on my first flight. And as soon as I got up in the air and looked over the Pacific Ocean from San Francisco, that song started rolling. I thought, my gosh, that'd be an awesome movie. Some young lady in the Philippines, Mommy, you think I'll ever have a husband someday? She says, you will, and he'll be very special. Now, this relationship didn't work out. But at the time, I thought, wouldn't that have been cool? Down by the sea, I found your hidden treasure. Just for you and me, we overdosed on pleasure. A very good song. It's so crazy what makes radio, what doesn't. It's almost a shame. You ever buy an album for the one song and you find you like all the other songs way better than the one you bought it for? Oh, Isaiah 40:31. 1,000 piece, got you. Bernie Sanders, oh my gosh, he's out there. He's a socialist too. Not a fan. Is that safe to say, E-Rock? What do you think about Bernie Sanders? I have to be careful because I have a tendency to say another clown, but he's a socialist. We're really glad he didn't win. But hey, we got a radical Muslim extremist in New York City now. That's just freaking beautiful. This country just does not learn by looking at Londonistan and Paristan. It's ridiculous. How stupid did we got to get? How about this picture right here? This pretty much sums it up. People cannot learn. Look. Socialism is so great that people build boats out of trash just to float away from it. Let that sink in, folks. People try to escape socialism at great risk to their lives. Nobody tries to escape democracy, or, excuse me, freedom. Nobody. Rosie O'Donnell put her tail between her legs and ran to he's a clown. Yeah, Jim Russell said it. Colette, he's not for freedom. He's a radical ideologies. He's another one that wants to reinvent the wheel of communism once again. And I don't know why any Americans would settle down for that. That's just wrong. Oh, boy. I cannot believe how many people went down the street today advertising that they had the smallest balls of them all. Playing that crappy noise so loud. I want to stand out there with a sign. We know your balls are small, but please turn it down. Your overcompensating is not working. It's not growing them any bigger. Dude. Yeah, the music these youngsters listen to today is awful. Just disgusting. in the USSR. That's right, Mr. E-Rock. People seem to live in a little rose-colored glasses thing. Oh, we can get free health care. It's not free. You're going to pay for it through the tax. People are dumb. People are dumb. When you watch CNN, going to college doesn't make you that smart. When you're dumb, you always vote Democrat. When you're dumb, when you're dumb, people remember your name. What a shame. Yeah, I remember Ma'am Deanie and Bill Clinton and Clowns R Us. It's like I told people, I can't memorize all the kids on my buses when you got 80 kids each route, and I've hauled thousands of kids throughout the course of my bus driving years. You just remember the really bad ones and the really good ones. The mediocre ones you kind of forget. They're not back there making a bunch of, drawing attention to themselves. So it is with presidents. I tell you, that's a lot of people. And that's what I don't understand. Democrats want freedom of speech, freedom of that. You think Sharia law is going to give that to you? You think Islam's going to give that to you? All that convert not to Allah, slay. Slay the infidel wheresoever you find him. Okay, boys. Let's see how that works out for you. Islam does not belong in this country. Period. No exceptions. And I will not issue an apology. We are family, all my sisters and me. All right, time to start putting these together and see what the damage is. Need to move that back. Oops, wrong one. Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Ain't nothing gonna slow me down. Whoa, except old age. Isn't that fun? That don't go there, Michael. Get all these orange pieces. Believe it or not, I'm walking on air. I never thought I could be so free. Oh. Yeah, Colette, the news is so full of cheese over here, it's not even funny. They used to report. Now it's Soviet-controlled TV, KGB TV, KGB television, bringing you what we want you to believe. That doesn't go there. That doesn't go there. That doesn't go there. Colette, what kind of a government is New Zealand? And I truly ask that because I don't know. Is it parliamentary, like the UK and Aussie and Canada? Have I taken time? No, I was busy all day today. Well, except for some idle time living in the flesh, watching stuff I shouldn't watch. But I got a couple projects done today. Visited my buddies at the flea market. Sometimes I don't even buy anything. This was $1. Just cool. She always has. She said a lady came in early this morning and bought $300 worth of this stuff from her. $300. I said, I'm surprised you're still here. She says, well, I thought I'd stay. She said, I made more than enough. I could have just folded and gone home, but I like to stay till 1 or 2. I said, man, that's cool. She goes, oh, I was blessed, Michael. I said, you sell stuff at a reasonable price and everybody wants it. And she goes, that's right. That's cool. That's really awesome. She's unique as all get out. What is the border of this? I don't have a full picture. Secret, secret. I got a secret, secret. Wow, maybe this one won't be so hard. Hey, Clark. How are you? Man, it's been a while, Clark. Doggy, you ought to do a jigsaw puzzle. Come on now, that'd be good for you. How's B? Man, I tried to find her channel and I cannot find it. So I don't know what's up with that. I subbed to her, but it's not showing up in my sub list. Kilroy. Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. Domo. Domo. I remember when that song came out. I was in middle school. That was such a cool song. Secret, secret. I got a secret. Is that it? No, that's not it. Where's the other piece? Nope, that ain't it. That's it. Where's the other one with the bars? Ashley, how are you? Well, thank you, Ashley. That's awesome. I'm okay. Hello, Erica. And it never rains in Southern California. And it pours, man, it pours. And it does. California is notorious for having droughts for years. Then the rains come and Everybody else, oh, global warming. Nope. This is exactly what the state does all the time. So Gavin Newsom wants to take the tithes from the churches in California. Gee, you kind of knew that was coming. These Democrats are spending so much money, they want to find a new way to stuff their bloated piggy banks. Disgusting. What's not one bit funny? What is this? Yes, Erica, today I was busy doing stuff. We had joy, we had fun, we had seasons in the sun. Who sang that one, guys and gals? That's a golden oldie. How much you want to bet this corner piece goes to this side piece? Yeah. Putting it all together. Oh, gotcha, Colette. Hi, D. Michelle. D. Michelle's always got that happy face in there, that beautiful smile. D. Michelle, good to see you. It's been a minute. How is everything going in Hawaii? You're still in Hawaii, right? D. Michelle, it's always good to see you. You're just flat out good people. Wow, man. It's an itsy bitsy, eensy weensy, yellow polka dot bikini. Who sang that one? Anybody remember? Now that's getting back there, folks. And we're getting some of these put together. Wow-wee. T. Michelle, you're right. I guess because you have a video where you were in Hawaii, right? Is that what it is? California? You're in my old alma mater. California, hey. All the leaves were brown and the sky was gray. I've been for a walk on a winter's day. California dreaming if I was in LA. I love that flute in there. That is so cool. There's just times when certain pieces of musical movement just grabs me like nobody's business. It's so awesome. They know how to put music together back in the day, man. Can't say the same today. No way, Jose. I'm sorry, I can beat on a metal trash can and go, do Angry Bird rap. I mean, it's not talent, folks. It just ain't. It just ain't music. No more. Hey, I gotta keep up. Thank you, Cheryl. A lot of women just don't like Michael. Part of it is because I'm in an area where everybody's woke and Democrat. That doesn't help. The other part of that is just I look at what a lot of women choose, and they choose dolts for boyfriends. And then it doesn't go well, and then they blame the guy. Like, you dated him. Man, you're part of that problem too, sister. I don't know. I'm just not in the flow, man. My friend in Cleveland keeps telling me to go on a date site. I said, no, I'm done with that. Done. Finished. 2015, after I went to Huntsville, Alabama, I said, no more. No more of that. Every little thing she does is magic. Every little thing just turns me on. That was good music. The Police. One-eyed purple people eater. Man, I gotta catch up with chat. The puzzle is this. It's the collage of, what we all grew up with. The music and the headphones and the phonograph. How to spell retard in 101 different ways. That one. Right there. They put this loudspeaker under their hood now. And they'll flip a switch in the dash and it's all treble. And it's rap going, ticka ticka baka and you're like, dude, thanks, but we're not interested. Keep it in the car. Keep it in the car. Sony Walkman, man. I remember when they came out, I had to have one. Well, thank you, Cheryl. Well, thank you, Clark. She sent you a card. Tell her to speak to me, man. She wants views. She got to tell me what her channel is. I know I subbed her. She changed her name a billion times. I can't get her views if she doesn't tell me what she switched it up to. Is that the right piece? Yeah. This is not so easy. There was a few that were, but now it's getting complicated. This is good for my brain, though. I'm starting it officially now, and I've been busy. I need to get back into finishing my Clive Cussler book. I'm going to be so sad because I think I got one more on the shelf, and then I'm done. Nothing else to read. Clive is dead. He's gone. And I think there's only one book I haven't bought that I haven't found yet, and I have read everything he's made. So sad. Getting lost in a good book is like having a good friend. It's almost sad when it ends. This is cool, man. See, I love matching colors. Tomorrow's supposed to rain, 50s for the high Monday, Tuesday, and then back up to the 70s the rest of next week. I'm good with that. That don't go there. How about here? No, that don't do that either. I bet you it's this one. No, that ain't right. My book. No, I'm not writing a book. I did something on Facebook, but Facebook shut me down because something I did violated their community standards, but they never told me what it was. This time I didn't fight. I just said, bye, Zuckerberg. You and I are divorced. I'm done. How many accounts I'd shut down? This one managed to last a few years. I'm done. I didn't even do anything, and now I violated one of those other mysterious community standards. Facebook is over. I'm not going back. I spend more of my time here anyway. All Facebook was becoming, in all honesty, was soft porn. That's it. All the little TikTok queens and everybody showing their nipples and areolas and nipple slips and crazy, man. It's just lust of the flesh. Oh my gosh. Now I remember this. Anyone remember Bazooka Bubblegum? That was cool stuff. That was awesome. Bazooka, I didn't know that was in here. This is everything. This isn't just music. It's a pin with Bazooka Bubblegum. Where's Cracker Jacks? Is that in here? The Peace Now. Jefferson Starship. Tiger Speck. Spring. Elvis. Bob Dylan. What's all in here, man? Who's that? Is that James Brown? Mountain Dew Cap. The Monkees. Make Love Not War. Member Beatles Fan Club. Yardbirds. Coming soon. A harmonica. What is this? Coca-Cola bottle. A pair of glasses that got the American flag on the left spectacle and the British flag on the right spectacle. That's cool. The big old clunky headphones. Shoot, I remember buying a set of those when I was in the back of the car. My dad would play his country music, and I'm like, we're not doing this. And I had the Sony Walkman, but then I had a boombox with the big jack plug, and I got the big headphones that just looked doofy. I'm in the back seat for 300 miles. And I ran so far away. No, I didn't sing. My dad would have had a fit. Those headphones were just boss. They totally clapped over my ears. My dad would be talking to me. I'm like, you say, oh, yes, Dad? I saw your eyes and you made me cry. We were falling in love. Yep, the good old days. The stereo, the personal boombox was my liberation from Dad's tyrannical country music. I do not like country. I don't hate it quite like rap, but country was never my thing. Ooh, now we're getting somewhere. Look at this. Here's the peace. Peace now. We were falling in love. Flock of Seagulls, man, they were great stuff. Oh yeah, Clark. Before I sold the Deuce, I put the chain and I pulled it from the front and backed up. I couldn't pull it from the back. The truck just drifted. So I'm like, screw that. The engine weighs a ton. I mean, at 14,000 pounds. I put it on the front hook, backed it up, and ripped it right up out of the ground and sitting on the side of my driveway. Thing is just, it's the last vestige of Hurricane Helene. Just sitting there. That does not go, and yet it looks like it should. Deception. Yeah, Cheryl, same. Mike is distracted working on his poodle. That's right, doggy. But I wanted to do chat. Have you ever licked a lizard? You remember those Arizona iced teas? Was it Arizona? And you pop the top and it would say, not pop, it would say, have you ever licked a lizard? That was bizarre. There was a guy in the shop at the truck center I worked for in Colorado, and he had them all over the wall, all the licked a lizard bottle caps. That's funny. And I ran. Boy, this don't go to nothing. Nothing, honey. No, it don't go there. What is it, Clemson University? B! What is your channel name? Please tell me. I'm trying to find you. I cannot locate you. I've tried to look for you in vain. I know I subbed to you, but I can't find your channel name. Oh gosh, Cheryl, that's funny. Lupe! Clemson U. I couldn't get away. It's a nice day for a white wedding. It's a nice day to start again. Yow! Hey, little sister, what have you done? Hey, little sister, who's the only one? Hey, little sister, shotgun. Billy Idol, man. Billy Idol. What is this? Popcorn at the movies. Who can make the sun shine? The Candyman can. So weird when I hear music. It takes me back to something, sometime, girl I dated, something I was doing. That seems so long ago now. Long, long time ago. What is this? What is this? We need to make a path. These puzzle pieces, you can't pick them up or they fall apart. Ah, that's no fun. Now I gotta figure out what's the bottom. Oh, really, Clark? I did not know that. I honestly did not know that. Luke, I am your father. No, Daddy, you are not my papa. You're from the dark side. That doesn't go there, Michael. The dark shadow. Ah, Indiana Jones. Yeah, the only book I wrote, I was writing a story in installments on Facebook about myself. Totally fanciful. I left Georgia, left my home in Georgia, headed out to California. And the story starts that I saw listed in the strangest place in Georgia, a 1930s yacht for sale in perfect condition. Wood and brass and copper and portholes and everything. And the guy only wanted something like $5,000. I'm like, what the heck? A 70-foot yacht for $5,000? I'm looking at the pictures and nobody bought it. So I called the guy and I said, I'm coming. I'm driving out there in my truck. And I gave the guy my pickup and trade. He said, I'll tell you what, you give me the truck, I'll give you the boat. I said, well, I wasn't bringing the boat back with me. It's going to, I'm going across the Pacific. You ever sailed before? No, sir. And he had it in San Diego, and I said, is there any way you could transport this? up to the Queen Mary and put her in the water. He says, I can arrange that. I'm rich. I'm filthy rich. So I went up there and loaded it up and sailed. And I hit the worst storm in the history of maritime navigation. 100-foot waves for 2 weeks. Every ship sank except the Microo. Now, real life, that would be impossible. But the boat was so well built. And other than the fact I was down below, curled into a fetal position, strapped in my bed, thinking I'm going to freaking die. Wow. And the story goes like that. It was fun. It was absolute fun. Oh, you're talking about my diary thing. That's right. I haven't added any to it because I'm so busy with the channel. Goody. Oh, I remember this one. Remember Goody Bar? Now that's a trip, man. I remember doing jigsaw puzzles as a little boy in my bedroom with the Beach Boys playing in the background. Surfing Safari, 409. She'll have fun, fun, fun till Daddy takes the T-bird away. Hey. Let's go surfing now. Everybody's learning how. Come on a safari with me. Did you know those guys are from Iowa? They were not from California, contrary to popular belief. That's what I was told anyway. Let's go surfing now. Everybody's learning how. Come on a safari with me. Come on, baby, surfing safari. Googies. Oh, I survived the storm and I made international news. And the only way that happened is I went just off the coast of Hawaii and I chose not to stop. God is in the book. The prevailing winds come towards California, but a freak occurrence happened. I was being driven. I was reaching speeds of 33 knots in a sailboat. I mean, I was bucketing along, and it was so exhilarating, and the weather was perfect, and the wind didn't stop, and I said, screw Hawaii, I'm going straight to the Philippines. And a Coast Guard ship just happened to be out, and they pull alongside. Are you all right? And I said, yeah. And where are you going? The Philippines. And they talked to me. And got a week out from Hawaii and a big storm hit. And the people on that Coast Guard vessel thought, oh my gosh, that guy's out there. And he told us he'd never sailed in his life. He's a goner. And the news rolled in. The storm's so bad they can't even get out there. Ships went totally off radar. Mayors, container ships, cruise ships, fishing boats, everything. They called it the worst storm in the history of maritime. And waves so big that they rolled all the way to Hawaii, California, hitting the West Coast, trashing everything. And Japan, after the storm abated, Japan sent out a weather plane with men on it. And they flew down towards the Philippines to see what the extent of the damage was. And they were shocked to see a sailboat and a man standing, and they did a flyover, and they're like, what in the blazes? And they took video and pictures, and they flew low, and I was waving. And I went, and I didn't know it was a Japanese plane. They reported back to Tokyo, and the news went out globally. It has been spotted a boat in the Pacific called the Micro with an American man standing on board. And it's been confirmed by the Coast Guard in Hawaii that they had contact with this guy. We have a real live survivor of the worst storm ever to hit the Pacific Ocean region. And it goes from there. And a woman a month before that had had a dream. What was her dang name? I had names for all these people. She was in a village in the Philippines. Now I'd have to look up my writings again because I wrote some notes. And she told her dad about it, and her dad discussed it with the mayor, and he says, my daughter's never come up with weird off-the-wall stuff, but she has this dream that there's going to be a storm out at sea that's the worst ever. And she's convinced that a man of the sea is going to come and meet her. And they heard the news. Casiguran, Philippines. And when she heard the news, she said, I told you, Dad. Did you hear what they said? He said it's straight this direction. That's him. And they sent out boats to come out of the sound and intercept. And she came out and she said, I request permission. And I took her hand and she came on, and everybody thought we were going to fall in love, and we didn't. We did, but we didn't. It was cool. It's just something I made up and kept adding to. I mean, all of us, if we're honest, we want to be a hero in our story. We want our lives to be a symphony. No, T-Bird, this was far greater than the perfect storm. This was off the chain, off the charts. It was historic, epic. Wow, where's all the pieces? I gotta dig. But it was fanciful. And I stayed in the village with her folks. Luna and Luis. And they were awesome people. And we got a call came through the media that the Japanese leaders wanted us to sail to Japan. They wanted to have a celebration because when they saw the name Maikaru, which is Japanese, the locals started talking about that's the old man that's dead. He went to Sweden and buy this boat made specially for him, and nobody knew what happened to it. And people were like, there's no way that could still be in existence, let alone survive a storm like that. So we were asked, Anna and I were asked to sail the Maikaru. And I looked at her and I said, well, you want to go on an adventure? I don't think we're going to have a storm like that again. And she goes, oh my gosh, yes. So we sailed to Japan and got a huge welcome. And we meet Sakuri, who's this widowed, rich woman, filthy rich, lives in a beautiful Japanese estate with cherry blossom trees, gardens, everything. And while we stayed, she came and met us. She goes, you will be staying with me. She said, I had a dream. And the details weren't clear, but when I heard the news, I said, they're staying with me. And while we were staying with her, she realized her life was so boring, and we went on. We were also invited to go to, let me figure this out, Taiwan. And then there was some uprising in Taipei, so we couldn't go into there. And we were sent a message through the ship radio that we cannot receive you. And we said, we'll go to the other side of the island. And we went into this very remote village. And we met Hisa, a Thai lady, and we're collecting people along the way that for whatever reason are done with their life and they want something, they want adventure, and they're caught up in this. And it was cool. It was just awesome. Sakuri sold her estate and said, I'm leaving. She kept it. She kept it for a few years. But she said, Pacific, I want to go with you. My life has been boring. I want to feel the sea breeze in my hair. Sakuri was beautiful. She was 60 years old, drop dead gorgeous, muscular, and she wielded a samurai like nobody's business. And suddenly we're caught up in some major global news, and a cruise ship was hijacked and steered all the way just outside Casiguran. And we get word and we go roaring out, intercept the ship. She's got a samurai. We got firearms, and we're boarding the ship, and we're taking over and grabbing these terrorists. And she literally just slices their heads off. And it becomes known on a global level that Sakuri is a woman's fashion. She's the sport coach. She suddenly does an online program about using a samurai, and all the women love that. And she wore provocative half shirts and stuff, and she was breathtaking. And oh yeah, we found a Spanish cache of gold up on the mountains above Casiguran that was worth so much money. And we found it. Nobody had found it. And I had a deuce and half, and we hauled it to Manila. Tons of weight of gold, and Spanish government paid each and every one of us, and we were instantly billionaires. And they took from the bank, they took what we brought. It was a big deal. Oh, it was fun. It was just awesome. I don't know what it is, doggy. I just had fun. Chelsea, how is Chelsea? Chelsea's a good human being too. And then we got to live in the U.S. So much for all the hype of me living out on a boat. But the racy part of the story, I haven't told anybody. I don't dare discuss that because it is definitely racy. I fall in love with somebody who's not quite 18. And that happened by divine providence. And she was fascinated with navigation. She loved reading charts, and I taught her how to sail, and she was perfect. Edith. She could plot our course to anywhere. And then we decided to sail from Casiguran all the way across the Pacific, through the Panama Canal, all the way through the Caribbean, across the Atlantic, through the Straits of Gibraltar, through the Mediterranean, all the way to Tel Aviv. It was an epic voyage. I got to remember how many of us there were on that 70-footer. It was a little bit cramped. But there was never any fighting, never any friction. It was like we were meant to be a group. And we get to Israel, and Indiana Jones comes out. And we went to find the Ark of the Covenant, and did. And yes, I did studying before I'd write, so I could understand geographical locations, going in the Strait of Gibraltar, the shipping lanes. It was fun because as I'm writing, I'm researching stuff. And we find the fabled Ark. And man, what a haul that was. And we found stuff from the temple that was priceless. And it was awesome. And then we found a treasure trove of stuff that movies and legends are made of, that Masons and Solomon and others had hidden in South America. And we found somewhere deep in the jungle in ancient pyramids, we found a vault door that nobody could get into. And I mean, thick steel. How do they make this 1,000-something years ago? And I always wore this key around my neck. And we were standing there and I inserted it. And you hear this, it worked. And the door just, on glider bearings, just, and we walk in and we go deep in there and we're like, oh, wow. It's fun. Wouldn't it be nice if we could write our world like that? Thank you. It was all fun, but it's all gone because Facebook is gone and I started writing. And yes, it had some sin in there. And we won't talk about that. I mean, yeah, it was interesting. There was Hisa from Taiwan. What was the name of the lady that we met in? Oh my gosh, what is the city we used to go to? San Fernando La Union, which is on the west coast of the Philippines. We sailed the Maikaroo because Anna was friends with, what was the name of the lady? She was friends with a lady who had been an actress in the Philippines and was done with it, got rich, built a very nice hacienda up on the mountain overlooking San Fernando La Union. And she had this patio with trees, palm trees. And when we built the house on the mountain where we found the treasure in Casiguran, there were no homes up there. We built a house with the thickest wood and mahogany and beams fashioned out of local stuff, and it was a house like no other. It was hooked up to be totally off-grid. We had solar panels that gave the electric, not on the house. They were on part of the mountain. They didn't blemish the beauty of this house. It was exotic. It was incredibly well built. We had earthquakes. We had typhoons. Didn't even faze the place. And she wanted to make the patio of our place. I said, you have full consent. Your patio is beautiful. And we always would sit out there and look at the stars. We'd sing karaoke. We'd drink mango juice and talk and have fun. And we even got Paul Fauci in trouble. God had us all turn into eagles, and we flew deep into China. And we flew into, oh my gosh. Remind me, guys, where was it that they had the Wuhan. We flew into Wuhan and we saw guys exiting a laboratory looking shady. And the eagles, we could communicate to each other, not in human language. And I looked at Sakuri. She was the warrior. She was the Japanese warrior, and she would fly alongside of me. I mean, I looked at her and I said, I know that one. That's an American. I said, turn your flaps down, let's get them. And we literally just dive bombed and put our talons in them and knocked them down. And went into the lab and we set it on fire. We knocked things over with our talons and set the whole thing on fire because they were trying to make, more stuff to bring to the U.S. Oh, it was fun. It was absolute fun. And then we flew off. And the Chinese government, we are going to find out who's responsible. And when they went to pull the video, nothing showed up except some eagles. They're like, how did eagles get in the lab? We have no record of people intruding the facility, sir. It was fun. Noble birds. Oh, they got a 6-foot wingspan, and we were big. We were huge. And a jetliner crashed behind the house, down the mountain, deep down the mountain. We heard all the noise. I said, what the heck was that? And we look and see, no smoke, believe it or not. We went down and rescued as many people as we could. Oh, yeah, it was fun. Fun, fun, fun. But she had a daughter, the one in San Fernando La Union. And she wanted us to pick her up. And she was going to accompany her with us to sail to Manila so she could turn her back over to her mother. Her mother was an alcoholic. And we sailed to Manila, and while we were sailing in Manila, this young lady is constantly trying to get my attention. She's studying my features. She's watching me as I'm plotting. Michael, I know something about the stars and the navigation and the planets. You do? How do you know that so young? My mother is an alcoholic, Michael, and I wanted to study and I wanted to better myself. Said, all right, here's some navigational charts. Tell me what you know. And I'm just sitting there going, oh my gosh, we got a sailor. And I let her steer. I let her plot a lot of the course going to Israel. And she ended up becoming my wife. Everybody saw it. They said, those two are peas in a pod. It was fun. It was fun. The mother rejected her, said, I don't want my daughter. I want to drink and I don't want to be bothered. So her relative, her sister said, well, I'll take her then. But I don't want to hear nothing. We will have nothing to do with you again. I don't care. Go. So off we went on the grandest adventure anybody could go on. It made Indiana Jones look like Head Start. It was fun. Shintoism, yes. But the Mike Guru has a story. We met another lady. She had 2 daughters. The lady was married to a husband who wanted to meet us. And the husband was a fraud and ended up getting in trouble with the Japanese police and arrested. The mother and the daughters came to stay with us in Casiguran, and we befriended Naima. What was the other one's name? Naima and the other lady from Israel. They met us. They let us stay at their mother and father's home. Their mother and father were very, very awesome people. And they were in charge of Israeli antiquities, and they let us stay because they heard what we were doing and attempting to do. They were Christians. And something happened where a raid was done when we went back and we left. And the daughters came home to find their mother and father were murdered. And they had known something was going to happen and warned their daughters, don't cry over us. If God doesn't let us live, we are in heaven, but be careful. So we flew them to Casiguran, and they stayed with us for a time and then went back, and they started in their father's footsteps. Oh yeah, the temple was being rebuilt because we found the ark. It was a trip. So there's all these stories going on. Sakuri finally sells her estate and she becomes an icon for the world, and yet it never goes to her head. And all the ladies, I know, this is where my ego comes in, they loved me. And they said, you know, none of us ever wanted to be married again. But Michael's an honorable man and we love him. And they chose to live. They all had their own rooms in the house. And Maharani was the store owner in San Fernando. She had a very interesting store. We kept finding things in the store. Man, where did you get this? Some antique dealer. I'm not even familiar. I said, ma'am, do you know what this is? And then we connected with Akela. Akela was a Filipina who, I forgot the story, but how she went to Hawaii. She married a Hawaiian who was a real bastard. And we met them because we were going to stay in Hawaii on the way to Israel. And they were on a trip to Tahiti. And she didn't know it, but they had cameras rigged up. Or he had cameras rigged up. And they, said, you can stay in the rooms of the house. And they had cameras which would watch the ladies undress. And Edith and I doing our duties. And it was Edith that discovered something. Pacific, did you see that? See what? That flash. And when we slept in the master bedroom of this Hawaiian house, the wall had carvings all over it. And there was a note on the bed by the lady. Pacific, I'm sorry we're not here to meet you. Please enjoy our home. Please study the wall carvings. I'm not positive, but I think there's a message in that for you. And it just happened one night. We were sleeping and I woke up. The moon just came in the window and it spotlighted part of the wall. It's very dark wood. It was carved in intricate detail, panels. And I got up and Edith would always feel me. Honey, what's wrong? I said, nothing. Come here and look at this. The moon's shining on this. And I felt it and looked. I said, look at the detail. I said, do you know what that is? I said, that's us. She says, what do you mean? I said, look at the faces. Look, it says Maikaru. I said, somebody carved this before time. I said, this is a prophecy. And we went down the thing and it showed the Ark of the Covenant. And it showed events. And we were just standing there going, who did this? Akela's father had a vision and he carved it all out in exotic Hawaiian wood. And when he was arrested, her husband, she decided to leave, sold the house. She said, Michael, or Pacific, I want you to remove all that wood carving and put it into your home in Casiguran. I said, yes, ma'am. But there was a section missing. We found pieces of it in the store in San Fernando. Oh yeah, I added all kinds of intrigue. It was fun. It was awesome. Yes. It's not often you see a mod trolling a caster. Oh, the open ocean is awesome. It is fictional, but I tried to write it that it could be a reality. All the women were stunning. They were beautiful in their own way. I even wrote in that story about the troll that shows up here. He has a place in that story. He committed suicide after the news broke that I had survived the worst storm in the history of the world. And Anna kept having dreams. She woke me up in the middle of the night on the micro. She was sweating and thrashing, and I said, honey, what's wrong? I had a dream, Pacific. I said, tell me. The sea was calm and the moon's out. We go up on deck and she tells me, and I said, oh my. I said, let me pull up the Coast Guard on the radio and relay it to them, and they'll need to get this to Washington. They said there was going to be a major earthquake out in the Atlantic that would generate a tsunami that would come all the way into DC. And we were urging everybody to evacuate. The House was in full session, or going to be in full session, and they ignored it, laughing at the whole thing. The wall of water that came into DC was so horrific, it crushed. The rotunda collapsed, killing and drowning everybody inside. The Democratic Party was gone in one fell swoop. It was awesome. It was awesome. And that was one rogue wave, but it had an assignment from God. And then we kept having Chinese people. Oh my gosh. That was, okay, so we went to, Anna and I went to Japan, and then something happened in Tokyo. We were diverted. The Coast Guard radio said, Pacific, Japanese Coast Guard, we really regret to inform you, we are still having you in Japan, but you must redirect and navigate to Kobe. Aye, aye, let's do it. And I altered course, and we went into Kobe, and that's where we met Sakuri. Sakuri had her own driver. He was a God-fearing man. Sakuri was saved. No, the driver got saved while we were there. And the Prime Minister of Japan wanted to meet us. We were to meet in the municipal building in Kobe, and they were going to have a dinner for us. And Anna had another dream on the way. And China had ships surrounding Taiwan. And they were threatening that they were going to just blow her to kingdom come. And Anna had another dream. And I said, when is this supposed to happen? And she told me, I said, that's going to happen just after we get to Kobe. Okay. So we get to Kobe. And the media shows up right after the dinner. And I told the Prime Minister, I said, Anna's had a dream, and we need to use your TV to broadcast this. Said some meteorites are going to hit China. And all those ships out there, they've got literally 36 hours to get the hell out of there, or they're done. So Anna and I go live right there in the municipal building. China's laughing their butt off. Who is this Pacific and this woman he's with? We're going to listen to them. And one of the guys said, look, I've heard about this man. Every dream that this woman has, this stuff happens. We might want to take heed. And he yells at him and says, whose side are you on? Well, I'm on your side, but I'm just saying we might want to take this seriously. Well, I don't believe in any God. I'll make the call. So they had a meeting the night that this was supposed to happen. And that young man said, "Is the meeting over? Because I really have to attend to my wife." "Yes, you're dismissed. You can go." He literally got down the road in the palace that the Xi Jinping was in, just one ship pulled out of Taiwan. The leader of the pack, he pulled up next to the other ships and he said, actually, he didn't pull the other ships. He told his crew, he said, "I'm not going to radio the other ships because they will assassinate me." Crew, I don't know the specific, but I've heard this. Xi Jinping is laughing at it. I'm taking this ship and getting out of here. If you're not with me, I'll let you down in boats and you can sail on. The whole crew stood with him. He turned the ship around, and when other ships radioed him, he says, "I'm checking the perimeter, don't worry." He sailed the hell out of there. And not too long later, chaos erupted. Every ship was sent to the bottom. Small meteorite fragments literally hit each one, just enough force to just push them under the water. It was awesome. And then China was pissed at me. And people were trying to get even with us. Every time we sailed the Micro anywhere around the Philippines, these fishing boats would come down from China loaded with arms. And they would come after us. And I'd be like, "Uh-oh, we got trouble, ladies." And we had arms. "Everybody below, get your guns." And we had some weapons. And we were standing, we were getting ready to fire. And all of a sudden we saw something, and he just says, "Pacific, what is that?" I said, "I don't know, but it's huge." 300-foot long shark come out, bumps the fishing boat, knocking people into the water, knocking people off balance. They drop their guns. The shark comes up and bumps it again, and it goes over on its side, dumps everybody out, and the boat rights itself. And the shark just comes up. He's got eyes the size of a sliding glass window. And the ladies are like, "We're in trouble." I said, "Hold on. That thing's been out here. It hasn't touched us. Look." And it's just, and the shark went underwater just enough. Saw this massive dorsal fin, and he comes by the Micro and he stops, rolls the head, and his big eyes looking up out of the water. I'm like, "Oh my, I'm glad that thing's on our side." And, oh yeah, it becomes known that there's this shark that nobody knew existed that is just beyond huge, bigger than a megalodon. And this thing can cover distances pretty quickly. And every time there's trouble, this thing shows up. And I got so confident, I said, "You see the boat out there coming at us? Do we get the guns?" I said, "No, shark will be here. Just wait." And you would see this thing launch out of the water. And when he landed, you talk about a sound. Like, boys want to play, huh? We don't even have to fight these battles. God's doing it. The ocean was awesome. The dolphins would come around and jump in front of the bow. Sea turtles and sea life would come around the boat. Joy to the fishes in the deep blue sea. Joy to you and me. It was fun. And China wouldn't knock it off. Xi Jinping was wiped out. But they had some old blood in there. They said, "We're going to kill this guy. He's responsible." We're not responsible for any of this. God is. Clowns. Communist clowns. One day they sent a warship after us. And somebody sent us to Casigron, sent us a device used with great care. It will disable any ship anywhere from a direct point and click. I said, oh, this ought to be fun. And we're out there one day sailing good, and here comes a warship. And I said, oh boy. I said, it's not enough to have how many fishing boats go under. This isn't going to go well. And I aimed it, and all the lights went out, ship slowed. It was a distance away. Said, you ready, ladies? We're going to take it. I said, we're taking the battleship. I believe the Philippine Navy would enjoy that very much. At Sakuri, we had those grappling hooks, throw them up on the rail, and all of us were up like that, and we'd scatter in all directions. We all had samurais, weapons. And I'd come up and I'd say, well, I'm sure none of you speak English, but we're going to say anyway, y'all got 5 seconds to surrender, or we're going to do you all off one by one, because this ship ain't going back to China. A couple guys tried, and Sakuri was that quick. It was fun. The rest jumped into the water by themselves out of sheer terror, into the waiting mouth of the shark. And I radioed the Coast Guard of the Philippines and says, we got a new one for you, requesting an escort to Manila. We'll be sailing north. We'll go over the top of Luzon and then head due south on the west coast. We've got an 800-foot destroyer that you might be interested in. And then I'd get on the radio and I said, please tell China that the next time they'd better do a better job at trying to get us, because this is weak. And this stuff made the world news, and the world news is going, what is it with these people? Nobody can stop them. They found the ark. They're out there. There's a rumor of a 300-foot shark. What is going on? It was awesome. Clark, it was fun. I wish in real life I had that kind of power. I don't want to kill people. I want to teach people a lesson. Stuff that they will never, ever play with us again. They stole, what was the ship? Owned by was it Royal Caribbean? Something of the seas. They hijacked it. Don't ask me how they did this, but they went from the Caribbean around Tierra del Fuego, the Roaring 40s, which you don't do that. Managed to get through there, hostage thousands of passengers, and showed up all the way. We got the call from the Coast Guard. Pacific, we got a job for you. We never see cruise ships over here. Cruise ships? The east coast of the Philippines is dead, folks. There's no ships. There's nothing. There's no ports. 4 hours flight away is Guam. That's it. Said that ain't right. So we stole the fishing boats that the Japanese tried to throw at us, or the Chinese. So we had quite a few nice diesel fishing boats. We gave some to the Filipino community so they could fish there in Casiguran, and we kept one for ourselves and had it ratcheted up to go full force, start the diesels in that bad boy, and we were out of there. Oh, I mean, that baby went. Oh, it was fun. I said, we ready, ladies? And the gangway door was open. I said, well, look at that. I said, there's no way we're going to get a grappling hook on that bad boy. But I said, we're going in. Y'all ready? And I'd tell some of the ladies, you stay with the micro, get out of the area, and stand by. Sakuri Rosa Freud's from the northern Luzon. Her story is fascinating. We found out about the shark because that was her deliverance. And it was fascinating because we get on the cruise ship and we go down the corridors being so quiet. And these were Muslims. And they had their masks on. And one came out and tried to grab Sakura. And I was just about, she was that quick. She took her sword, went around and went. And I yelled, die, sucker, you played with the wrong chick. And we went storming through there. I said, get them all. Get all these Allah Akbar fools and drop them like it's hot. And we went all through there. We ran into the shipboard activities director. I said, no, don't be afraid. We boarded. What? How? I said, never mind. Is the bridge, are they on the, yeah, there's about 10 of them on the bridge. We can't get anywhere. I said, we're going to change that. Keep the passengers calm. Tell them help is on the way. We're here. I said, do you have any layouts? No, but I can tell you how to get there. I said, just tell us the best way. Tell us where we can be and see the bridge, but they can't see us. And she gave us exact, and we went up corridors and stairs and through rooms and stuff. And we sat there. I said, yeah, look. I said, they're buzzing around in there like flies. And we saw one come out the door. And I had a silencer. And I just fell off the catwalk and down to the lower deck and just. And when they didn't see him come back, another one comes out. And Edith was a hell of a marksman. She just sat there and picked him off, Rosa. I said, so we're down to one. I said, ladies, you ready? We're going in. We stormed those steps. Guy come out, and before he could even lift the gun, we blew his hand off, and the gun goes, poof. Said, grab the weapon, Edith. We need some more. There was one more in there. He put his hands up. Said, wise choice, comrade. I'm going to tie you up and keep you as a witness to this foolishness. One wrong move, and you're going down in the drink. I said, Edith, you ever run a cruise ship? She laughs nervously. What? No. I said, well, today you're going to learn. We brought the shipboard activity director, a white woman. I said, do you know anything about this? She goes, I don't know how to run this. She goes, but I'm going to tell you just about everything on here is on autopilot. And I said, well, we need to make a call then. I said, do you have a way to call the owner of the cruise line where we can patch in a call? She goes, yes, I do. I said, we're going to need somebody on the phone telling us how to run the ship. And the owners were panicking. They had no idea where the ship was. And we finally got through their phone. Said, yeah, I'm Pacific, and we have the Majesty of the Seas. We got about 5,000 people on board, and we just waylaid the Muslim terrorists that took it over, and we want to know how to operate this thing. We're so far from any ports in California. We know they sustained heavy damage a couple of years ago by the tsunamis. We are going to take this and berth it in Manila where you can pick it up and we'll disembark the passengers there. And the guy's like, oh my gosh, How did it end up there? It doesn't matter. But we need you to tell us how to direct it because it's going very slow and we got to get it off course or it's going to hit land. Okay, bear with me. I got to get the manuals. Turn off this, turn off that. I said, Edith, do you see it? I see it right here. I said, flip it off. And we started doing it, and we sailed that boat all the way up and around. We stayed out in deep water so we wouldn't catch the shallows. And all of us were on the bridge, every single one of us. We stayed up there, told the shipboard activities director, tell the passengers they can come out and live life. Man, they were down on the lower decks, and they were chanting and cheering and yelling. And it was awesome. We had fun, man. Michael, I said I'd rather handle the micro, not this big old tub. I said, but this is quite exciting. I never thought I'd be running a cruise ship. It's fun. Oh, those were just hors d'oeuvres for the shark. Man, that shark was so big, one human wasn't enough. So it was fun. We sailed it all the way down to Manila. We had the port authorities lead us in. We had a pilot board. The Filipino pilot said, wow, you guys never sailed a cruise ship. Well done. I said, that lady right there. None of us have been to the Maritime Academy. We don't need it. We know what we're doing. And my favorite part of the story is we decided to take a jaunt out the Cape de Ilfonso. There was a jut of land on the east coast of the Philippines that came out like a peninsula. And that's how I ended up in Casiguran. I'd been thrashing around a storm for 2 weeks, couldn't eat, couldn't barely get up. And I still try to make trips to the bathroom with the boat going like this. And I mean, this sucked. And by the time that storm ended, I was weak. And I finally, when I felt the boat stop rocking, and I saw sunlight come in the portholes, I opened the hatch and I said, oh my gosh, I'm alive. And I wept. Why, God? Why didn't you take me? How did I survive that? And when I saw that Japanese plane, I was like, hi. And they went down and they saw that I was fine. And they dipped their wings to say, we got you, buddy. I had no idea they were beaming the story to Tokyo, and it went through the world and the BBC. I had the BBC. I got to hear the whole damn thing on the boat. A developing story that is taking the world by storm is one man has actually survived the worst storm in the maritime history of sailing. The micro was spotted far off the coast of Philippines by a Japanese weather data research plane assessing damage from this behemoth system. 2 weeks of 100-foot waves, every container ship, everything, anything in the affected area was downed. And it was confirmed by the Coast Guard in Hawaii that Pacific did indeed cross by Hawaii, and this is not made up. We have all the evidence that this is an unbelievable story. It's a wonder the mast was not broken off. The micro was built in 1930s. And the lady that we met who lived in Tokyo and had a property way out in the country in an estate, big acreage, and you crossed this little lake on her property and there was an island. And it had kind of like a tiki hut, pagodas all over it. She said, my relative built these. I said, who was your relative? She goes, I'll tell you. And her lips trembled, and we walked to the island, and she goes, I want you to go in that wooden room over there and open the door, Pacific. And I opened the door. Sitting on a shelf was a perfect replica of the micro. I said, what is this? That boat that you own. What's this? I lost it. The Micro? His name was Micro Pacific. He didn't fit into society. He had a boat built special ordered by boat builders in Sweden, and he took a passage, went up there, bought it, and sailed it around the world and came home to Japan. He kept the boat for a while, and then he passed on, and nobody knew what happened to the Micro. Wow. We had people wanting to buy it. Japan wanted to buy it and put it in a museum. I said, it's not for sale. We were offered billions of dollars for that boat. Billions. I said, oh no. That boat survived the storm. God wants us to keep it. Why didn't you tell us? When I heard your story, Pacific, I was bound and determined to meet you. I had no idea my husband was involved in all this racketeering in Japan, money and stuff. But you are now a part of our state. That island became my special place. Pacific will never sell this place. Never. I said, it's almost like it's holy ground. It was a trip. And forgive me, I got wrapped up in it so deep. Take the model, Pacific. Take it to Casiguran. I want you to have it in your house. I said, I will. I will take it. I said, it's so peaceful here. So quiet. Cherry blossoms are beautiful. She even had a sauna in her beautiful house. We'd sit in there and drink tea. I wish I could live life like that. The harsh reality of life sucks. Instead, I work in a warehouse in a shitty town with shitty people. My life is not a story, but yet it is. It's not the one I wanted to write. It's the one that, well, I write, the flesh writes, God writes. Don't we all wish we could be part of something grander? I do. Rosa had an abusive father. I can't remember the name of the town I chose, way up north, Luzon, but her father would go out on a fishing boat with the men, and they were rough and foul, and Rosa was treated like one of the boys. Rosa was beautiful. She was extremely muscular. She was incredibly strong. And she hadn't even done anything wrong, and her father was going to hit her for something, and she said, you know, I come with you, and I'm faithful to do my duties, and why you want to hit me all the time? And right when he pulled his arm back, the boat was bumped hard. And she saw the shark, and she was in terror, as was Dad. As were the men. The shark came up and hit the thing again and knocked it and threw everybody overboard, including Rosa. Rosa was terrified and tried to swim. The shark went around and ate the men, The boat sank, and the shark gently came up underneath her and surfaced. She was screaming her lungs out. She grabbed the giant dorsal fin, and this thing just kept the dorsal and enough of the body out where the water wasn't pulling her off, and the shark was full tilt, headed due east. It had an appointment with us. We had left San Fernando, La Union, and we had been sailing for days, and we had crossed the top of Luzon, and we're now turning the corner to go due south along the east coast to go back to Casiguran. And the moon was out. It was a beautiful night, and we spent every time we could out on deck talking. Edith would sit between my legs, and we both hold the wheel. Sakuri would sit there and play with the other ladies and do their hair, and we'd just talk about God, and we'd see the stars, and we'd see that glow-in-the-dark plankton, just like the life of Pi. And we heard something. Hisa says, "What is that?" I said, "I don't know." "Look, the water's moving over there. What is that, a submarine?" And the moon was shining so bright, the water was rippling. I said, "I don't know what it is, but it's big." And then we saw the fin sticking up. I said, "Oh my gosh, what is that?" And as it got closer, we see Rosa. I said, "There's a girl on there." "What?" I said, "Look." And the thing banked, and it came just around and eased itself right even with the micro. Her hair was soaking wet. She looked disheveled and scared to death. I said, "It's okay. Grab my hand. Come on." She grabbed my hand, and I pulled her up the rail, and I held her, and she just sobbed and sobbed and sobbed. I said, "Ladies, take her below, get her dried off, get her some clothes. I don't know what she's been through, but I'm sure it's a lot." And I see the dorsal fin go, and it's gone. I stood there for 1 minute going, what kind of a shark has a dorsal fin that big? That's not right. Rosa started talking to the aunt of Edith and poured her story out. And she come up above and she said, "Pacific, you're not going to believe this." And all of us, oh my. I said, "That shark came to bring her to us. That is unbelievable." Rosa took to me because I was the first set of hands as a man that brought her in with love. And she would always sit at my side. She was not my wife, but I'd be sitting talking to Edith, doing anything. Have her back to me and lean up against me. She never went far from me. And another lady that was taken hostage from Mindanao that we rescued south of Casiguran ended up taken to Edith. It was a very interesting story. We became a very strange family. And eventually people stopped punking with us. They thought, you know what? Leave them alone. Nobody wins that messes with them. Leave them alone. They've got something that we don't got. It's called God. Fergus, was getting all frizzed out and tangled, so I cleaned the slate. Look at this. It's coming back bold and beautiful, though. I miss it. My lock is sitting on my dresser. I loved writing it. Rosa would become a warrior as well. And every time we went to San Fernando La Union, we would go into that store. We went to a restaurant that we loved. We loved the Filipino restaurant owner. He was awesome, cooked the best dang food. And we'd go, after we ate, we'd go into the store, and Maharani ran the store. And Maharani had been through some stuff. Her husband had gotten involved in some organized crime, and death threats were made, and he ended up being tore up. And she lived as a widow and ran her store and kept a low profile. But she caught the fever of us. And she came and said, I'm selling the store. I said, you cannot sell that store. No, the store's still saying, but I'm done. I want to live in your community. I've been alone. I was never able to live out of the shadow of my husband and his corrupt ways. You guys are like a breath of fresh sea breeze, and I want that. And she would help the auntie of Edith, and they became the chefs and the cooks of the house. They did it because they wanted to. They cooked the best food. When we spent time at that, we called it the House of Love. We loved being home. And we'd sit out on that patio. We had trellises, all Asian style, potted palms and potted trees and tiki lights. And man, it was beautiful. And we had a view of the bay. And the moonlight would shimmer off of that. We were high up. I mean, you couldn't hear what was going on down there. We discovered a mine that had some gemstones in it. And I went down and talked to the mayor, and I said, we don't need this. I want the locals to come up here and get it, and I want this community to have a standard of living. Mayor said, wow, nobody does that. I said, why shouldn't we? We've been blessed beyond measure. We're freaking billionaires. The money's just growing interest. We've got money. The Swedish boat company gave money when they found out the company was still in existence. And when they found out that that was the Microo, they used us for endorsements. They pumped tons of money. When we got to Japan, we no sooner got there, a guy showed up. I'm with the company in Sweden. We are pulling this baby out of the water. We're going to inspect it. We're going to recondition your diesel generator. And we're going to put a modern day GPS in it. And we're going to give you a ship-to-shore radio that can call any phone, any ship, anywhere in the world. I'm like, yeah! Like internet, but better. And they didn't do any alterations to the boat. Guy said, I can't believe it. It's almost like this has been in a museum. By the way, Pacific, when we ran the commercial about your boat surviving the worst storm in the history of nautical, our order for boats went up 1,000%. And they all wanted it just like this. I said, you're kidding. No, sir. You have just made us rich. So you got us. It was awesome. It was awesome. To just God's hand meeting us with the woman who was connected to the original Microo, and all the people and all the stuff fell in place. And all we wanted to do was do good. We were invited to go to Russia and meet Putin. And I said, Putin, why? We really don't have any reason to meet you. No, I want to meet you and the ladies because I want judgment to stop befalling us. I said, I will meet you on one condition. Anybody who tries to harm any one of us will meet immediate death. Do you understand me? Well, Pacific, you'll be in the Kremlin. You won't have the protection of the Kremlin. We don't need the protection of the Kremlin. Do you understand me? And sure enough, we met. And one of the military brass that was in the meeting got up and tried to goose Sukuri, and they didn't want us to come in with our samurais. I said, oh no, no samurai, no meat. And that quick, his head rolled to the floor. Putin stood there unaffected. I said, it's a good thing we brought our samurais, isn't it, Mr. Putin? I said, I believe our business is done. Don't fool with us, and we won't fool with you. You're in Bible prophecy, by the way. You ever come against Israel? Be the last time you do it. Keep that in your brain. We're done. Good day. So we went to the Kremlin. I didn't visit. I didn't want to stay. We exited stage right and left. But the favorite part of the story, it was foggy. The lady said, can we go for a sail? We are always doing something. Can we just go for a lazy sail out the bay and out into the Atlantic or the Pacific, just for a day of fun? So we left early and we went down past the Sound around Cape Ildefonso, started heading slightly north, got out in the Atlantic, not far. And when you sail and you get used to things, you can sense things. Edith, slow the boat, heave to. Why? I said, just heave to. I said, something's out there. How do you know? I said, I just feel it. I said, slower a little, bear to the right, bear to the starboard. And as we got closer out of the fog, we see this massive black hull. What is that? And it was light out, but it was early morning. The sun had risen, but it was fog. I said, it's not moving, it's just drifting. I said, I don't hear the engines. I said, go around her. I said, look at all this rust. I said, Sakuri, come here. Look at this. And as we round the bow, I look up and see United States. Oh my gosh, how did this get over here? Some saboteurs went into Philadelphia and cut the lines of the SS United States. And they tugged it out to sea just to let it go, to be mean. On the Atlantic, on the east coast of the U.S. This damn thing drifted all the way around the world into our backyard. And I started telling the ladies about the ship. Pacific, how did this get here? I said, it drifted all the way. I said, doesn't make any sense. I said, I don't know how it got through Tierra del Fuego. How did this not run into stuff? I said, well, guess what? Possession of 9/10 of the law, it's international waters. That baby's mine. That thing was going to go to the scrapyard. That thing is going back into service. And I made another call to the Philippine Coast Guard. Edith, Sakuri, come with me. We're boarding her. Rosa, take the micro back quick. Go get the fishing boat, the fast one. We've got some steel hawsers on it. That's going to be our tug. We're towing this baby to Manila. And we're going to break every speed record known to man when this thing's done. We called the Coast Guard, and the guy became our friend, the Filipino. He says, how in the, I said, I don't know, but it's mine. No one can lay claim to it. The line doesn't own it. It's here. It's mine. I stayed on the SS United States. Rosa steered the tug. It was awesome. All the way up and around, all the way back down. World news went bonkers. Boy, do they have stories. We had a warehouse built right over the water, taller than the ship, lit up, fully electrified. And the ship was able to be moved in there. They were able to put supports up underneath it, drain the water, sandblasted every square inch of that ship. Every square inch. They opened up part of the hull, slipped in new engines, redid every single room exactly as it was 1952. No expense spared. We started selling limited cruise tickets that went for tons of money, mostly to people who had sailed it back in the day. Premiers, presidents, bigwigs, movie stars. And we were going to sail it on its first voyage. And man, did we draw a crowd. The ship at best did something close to 40 land miles an hour, 39 land miles an hour. The engines were never opened up. We had new engines designed like the old ones with turbo. This baby did 85. And it got so fast that it would squat, that it would hunker down in the water. God help anybody who got in the way. It had an icebreaker keel, icebreaker bow. This thing could cut anything in half. I started my own steamship company. We made a brand new version of the Normandy. We didn't do cruise ships. We did the old stuff with power, with majesty, and it was awesome. So we sailed the SS United States, all of us ladies on the bridge knowing what to do. I said, Edith, isn't this fun? She goes, oh, I love this better than the Majesty of the Seas. I said, this is the real deal. I'm sorry, I went off, guys. I totally went off. But that's my imagination. Just my imagination. And it's real. It really is. I mean, I did all that. It just flowed piece by piece. People wanted me to come back and be president of the United States. I said, no, I'm not doing it. I'm never coming back. I don't want to be the leader. I enjoy my life with my community and the stars over Castiguran. I love it when the sea breeze, even when the typhoons came, we'd shut the doors and the windows and hunker down in the house. We had tea, we talked, we played music, and we enjoyed life. We had solar panels that stored the energy. We had well water, which was fine. We never ran out of electric. Never. That house was awesome. Each room was designed with each woman's specific cultural taste in mind. Hisa's was designed like what you'd see in Taiwan, and our room was awesome. It was done up like a pirate ship with a big giant window was leaned forward like the stern on the pirate ship with the crossbars. The bed was a big built-in with the purple tapestries that hung down so you could close it off. We had a library on the wall. And in the middle of the room, we had chart tables. And Edith would love to sit there late at night poring over charts. I said, "What are you doing, dear?" "I'm plotting our next voyage, honey." It was fun. It forced me to do research and look into stuff. But would people pay to see a movie like that? We're in today's time. How many people would even watch that? My mind is fanciful. I thought it'd be fun to be a producer, but do people's minds even think that way today? I don't think they do. I don't think it'd be a seller. Steven Spielberg's first movie was Duel. The mean truck driver that goes after the businessman from downtown LA in his little red Dodge Dart. That story, that movie scared the piss out of me when I was a kid. I love semi-trucks, but that truck scared me. You never saw the driver. You see his boots hit the ground. I watched it again recently on YouTube. Man, that was eerie. Spielberg did a good job. It's like, what is wrong with this truck driver? Why? He was obsessed with going out. And I thought of my Troll. How similar the two are. How similar. I'm all right, doggy. Hey, Vox, how are you? Are any of the ladies still in here? I hope I didn't run them off with my fanciful storytelling. What piece goes to that? Saturday night, I don't have to go to bed early. I'm a Toys R Us kid. And the stars over Casiguran were perfect because there was no light pollution. The east side of the Philippines is very much desolate. The Pacific Ocean side is a ghost town. No ports, nothing. Little settlements here and there. Oh, I'm leaving on a jet plane. Don't know when I'll be back again. I like boats. I didn't want to fly. I refused to fly. I said, if we can't sail there, we don't go. If I recall, we sailed to Normandy to Istanbul. And we took a train from Istanbul and connected to Russia that way. No. What did we do? I'm trying to remember what we did. I think we sailed to Micro. I don't remember what we did, but we sailed to Japan, and I think we took a train. Something. I forgot what we did. We can't take a train from Japan. We had to get off the island, but it was fun. We're missing stuff. I need more pieces to connect. Thank you, Erica. D. Michelle, you stayed. You're so awesome. That's good, Vox. Where's Cheryl? Where's Cheryl? In search of Cheryl. Where is Cheryl? Here's a story. Well, thank you, Mr. Palad. I missed my shaggy mess, but I had a woman at the flea market who I used to work with. I know you like your long hair, but it was time, Michael. It looks good on you. I said, thank you, Sheila. I said, I always respected you, and I still do. She used to live in Baltimore. God bless her soul. She's a black woman, but she doesn't like the foolishness with the Democrat Party. Does not like it. There's a few of them out here that have their heads screwed on straight. Now I saw that pink piece. Where is it? Where is the pink piece? Right there, buddy. Anybody remember Pixie Sticks? Nothing but artificially flavored sugar. I used to like that when I was a kid. I can't eat that stuff now at all. Yuck. Speaking of candy, this was going to be a fun puzzle if I ever get the border put together. If I don't rabbit trail off some wild story about Pacific being a hero. But I put the ladies in the forefront. You know, people think that I'm anti-women. Not at all. Sakuri was a strong personality. Rosa was very quiet. She was a Filipino, very quiet, but she was a warrior. Akela was a thinking woman. She was Hawaiian and Filipino mix. She loved living at the house. There was never any arguing, never any tension. And we called it the house of love. I said, you know, this cannot happen with people. This is nothing short of miraculous that all of us can live in this place without people getting on each other's nerves. There's a big house. I wouldn't call it a mansion, but it was well built. Rafters this thick and that big and 40 feet across. Yeah, the real deal. I loved it. I loved the house. I had it built to my own love, and I built every room to reflect the women's personal taste. The mountain that we built on, there was stone, and we built the foundation clean on the rock. I said, this baby ain't going nowhere at all. The supports we used to build the house were huge, solid craft beams out of one tree. We set them across. We didn't use cinder block. We used quarried stone, perfectly fitted together, and put the big beams crisscrossing and built the floor on it. That wasn't a house that you could knock on the wall and hear it rattle. When you walked across that floor, you didn't know it was a floor. You thought you were on cement. It was built like a rock, and the wood in it was beautiful. Carvings. And it reflects who I am. It was way more beautiful than anything I've done here. I couldn't even do that. The house that I had built there was beyond. The cost to build something like that here? Ridiculous. The community in Casiguran, I hired them all and paid them well. The Filipinos were all too eager to help us build our house. They said, we welcome you to the community. You've done nothing but good for us. You've blessed us all. We will help you build your home, and it will never be moved. We didn't bother them. But the girls, they started doing volleyball. They were very good at it. And they decided that every so often they started teaching the local girls how to play volleyball. Sakuri and Rosa and all those girls were so good. They were world class. And we started a dang volleyball team, aka Casiguran, that got to compete on world level. It was fun. It was fun, all the things that spun off of this. We'd have cookouts. We'd just go down to the beach and have a cookout for the community where everybody could get stuffed. It was absolute fun. And the kids would chase us. We'd play with them and run them ragged. Sakuri's 60 years old. And you would have never known it. There's the rest of the bazooka piece. Where's the other bazooka piece? Bazooka. Didn't Bazooka have that little comic in there too? I know it did. Where is the rest of the bazooka? I just saw it. I can't see the trees through the forest. I better get off of those quaaludes, man. Maybe that's the no. Where is that? Strange. I'll find it. Oh, it's a story. I'm telling everybody about a story that I was writing piece by piece in Facebook that I literally conjured up in my brain. And there were times we'd be laying there in the bed. We had a huge bed. It was huge. It was no Serta mattress. This thing, you could fit 10 people on that dang thing. And we'd fall asleep and I'd feel Edith stir. We were always in tune to each other. You okay? Yeah, Michael. Or Pacific, come here, look. There's a wind blowing. We had the chimes, some very cool Asian chimes that had a distinct ring, and I love the wind going through them. I said, that is so cool. And it always made me think, what, God? What do you want us to know? It seemed like when the wind stirred, something was about to happen. And the wind stirred, it was always the moon would be shining down on the bay. And you look down there and you see the ripples because the wind stirred up the sea. I'd look at her and said, well, I'm going to just say it now. We just got done with an adventure. We were looking forward to a few weeks of rest. I just have a feeling that we've just been called into duty. She'd smile and put her arms around me and she goes, I know, love, but this is what we were made for. It was awesome. It was awesome. The ocean was fun because the wind, just like the Irish proverb, was always at our back. And I loved that. You could just tell God was with us all the time. You know, in life, the reality is sometimes we doubt. We doubt that, oh, it was bigger than the California King. I had one of those. I was married. My ex-wife actually had it. I was like, dang, that is a huge bed. And she said, it's a California King. I said, ha, I lived in California and I never even heard of that. It's basically two foals, or the two queens, put together with a big mattress that goes over the two. I mean, it is to tear down that bed every time we move was like, oh my gosh. I'll get back to you tomorrow. That was a trip to get that thing all put up and taken down. But I like those beds that are built in, where it's got the tapestries hanging down and you can shut them and you're private in your bed chamber. I just always wanted one of those. And the inside of the house looked like a pirate ship, but it was beautiful. Sometimes a typhoon would come and we'd be in the house for several days. Too rough to go outside. Oh, we did go down to Mindanao and kick butt. We rescued that young lady who became part of our community. I said, I think we're going to end this Muslim crap once and for all. We did not ask for permission. We just said we're going to go do it. We did talk to the president of the Philippines and we had his blessing. I said, we're going to go down and we're going to solve this problem. Pacific, if you can do that, you will more than win the hearts of the people. I said, well, Islam is going to end. What do you need from me? I said, I know you don't have any stuff, but I'm bringing my personal deuce down here. And we could use some trucks, some troops, and some gear. But I said, I'm fully confident that the ladies and I are going to be able to cause enough damage. We'll send the rest of them running for the hills. We busted up the Muslim domination and the Mindanao became liberated again. I said to the ladies one day, I said, I'm starting to enjoy kicking all this butt. World leaders couldn't get it done. Nobody got it done, and God is using us. I said, I'm starting to enjoy this. We might actually be able to have world peace while we're alive. It was just pure fun. Wouldn't that be neat to see that? I think it'd be cool. Yeah, like a canopy bed. Edith was a little lover too. Boy, did she love to put her arms on me. We were very affectionate, always. She was literally the apple of my eye. And I remember one day something happened. We were up against something bad and somebody grabbed her. And Shukuri had taught me how to use the samurai. My hand moved more lightning fast and I off the head of that person and screamed, "You don't touch my wife, sucker, effer." I'll tell you what, we weren't running around with the guns all the time. We chose the samurai because it was discipline. And to wield something like that, people don't do swords and stuff today. Sakuri was our instructor and she did it well. So I believe in women. I believe in putting them in a place where they're valued. We prided ourselves. I said, I think it's funny that we go to these places and these Muslim men that are so dominating over women that they now got a lesson in humble pie that you think you can dominate every woman. Try that with these ladies and watch the fun begin. It's not going to happen. Man, 1,500 pieces is a lot. All in a pile like this. It's going to be fun making every one of these individual little things in the picture. But I like it. At least it's got color. The Carolina puzzle I did was hard because you had different levels of dark colors. And I couldn't tell them from the sky and the shadows. And, ooh, I accidentally knocked this edge out. Well, that's even better. So that was my fun. I left a lot of the racy stuff out of there. I sound like I'm a Solomon having all these beautiful women live, but it wasn't like that. Everybody had their own unique personality and it just worked incredibly well. I wasn't the Lord of the universe. Is that the one? No. Doggy, it is hashtag Pacific Ocean Asia. I got to look it up. I wrote it down. Is it 7 or 77? Pacific Ocean Asia, all one word. 77. And thank you for that, Doggy, in advance. I appreciate that. Man, that's a tiny one. They chumped me on that one. China chumped me. Love Japanese culture very much. I loved having tea. We liked being on the front lines of adventure, but it became so intense. And as much as I like being out on the water, I love being at the house. Everybody did. We'd be at the house for a while, and somebody'd say, "You think we should go for a boat ride?" I said, "I think we should." And invariably, every time we did, something would happen. Never failed. Lilith, Ichigo. No, I haven't. What is that, Clark? When I was on the micro for my first ever voyage across the ocean, like I said, I got all the way to Hawaii and just passed it without a hitch. And I remember in the story I wrote, but I should have known. What began as complete providence, I thought, eventually This wonderful, fantastic voyage is too good to be true. Something's going to hit. And somewhere around early morning, the sun had come up. I was bucketing along and I heard something. I had a ship bell on the mic room. Beautiful bell engraved from the 30s. And it would ring with the wind every so often. Ding. Beautiful sound. And stopped ringing. I was down below. I think I was eating breakfast and I felt the boat start to slow, and I went upstairs. Oh my. The sea was dead calm. And all around me became black as night. And I felt something in my gut. Pull those sails down, fold them up, stow them below, take the ropes down, remove the bell, secure that hatch, and get your butt downstairs. I literally got done with all of that, and within 5 minutes, it began. I started feeling the waves. The wind was screaming. And it wasn't long before that placid, beautiful world was turned into a living, oceanic hell. All I could do, had straps that came across my bed. I could put down on my legs and one across my chest and cinch it down to hold me in place so you wouldn't get thrown all over. And everything in the boat was secured. Nothing was loose. Nothing would fly. The cabinets had old style crank where you just and locked the cupboard doors. Everything was held in place. It's a well-designed boat. The toilet that was on there, you had to pull a big lever to open a valve to drop your stuff. So even in the tank, nothing could slosh or slurp out. It had a water system in it. It had a little diesel generator that would kick on. What is this? Well, thank you for whoever did that. Thank you. Thank you. Bless you. The boat was incredibly well built. It had an old diesel generator from the 30s. And this thing worked. It never leaked. It was unbelievable. And it didn't run all the time. And the micro, somebody had added something to it. It had an auto steer device. And it took very little energy. And all it would do is just a very simple motor that operated off battery that would be charged by the generator, and the generator would kick on very rarely. And I set it when I knew a storm was coming, I set it. And the way it was designed is it would steer to keep the boat going towards the waves and not broadside. So it would always correct by itself. You get broadside with waves like that, you're done. The boat's going to roll over and over and over, and you're done. And the way this boat was designed, the keel was so heavy, and it had that long reverse dorsal fin that kept it. It never got, even with 100-foot waves, it never got rolled. I couldn't believe it. I mean, I was knocked. Don't kid yourself. I mean, you're on those waves and You're coming up, and the waves were just going over the boat. It had portholes this thick. And it's very roomy down below. Several rooms, had the head, had a small kitchen, had several rooms. It could fit, what was it, 8 of us? It could fit us comfortably, snug, but comfortably, with the room to move around. And I was huddled up in my spot, my favorite spot on the boat. I didn't use the lights or anything. During the day, there was enough light from the portholes to light it all up in there. Well, when this storm came, it was black as night, and it stayed that way, day and night. 2 weeks of this crap. I didn't mention this in the story, but basically I had a container by my head that you could put your face over it, push something, and it'd open, and you could throw up in it, shut it, and it would just smell and the stuff wouldn't come out. And I had it strapped down. I thought, I don't know how much more I could throw up. I think I've cleaned everything out of my body. Jeez. You're going to get seasick in that. There's no way around it. And I'm in a fetal position much of the time going, God, when are you going to just end it? I thought I was a goner. And when day turned into day, I lost track of time. You know, your body's exhausted. You're exhausted. And you're getting, obviously I was getting some rest. I don't know how. Your body just finally, and the boat's doing its thing, and you're just like, screw it. I can't control this. But at the end, when I felt the boat stop moving and that sun came blasting in, I stumbled. You know, your legs start to atrophy because you're not moving around. You had to grab the handrails. I'm walking up and I'm like, dang, man, I got to get my legs back. You get up on deck, stand in that sun, and you're like, did I really just survive hell? And it does something to you. And I said out loud to myself, do you doubt the love of God now, Pacific? Do you really doubt the love of God this time? You better not. You better not. Don't you all wish something could happen that would just finalize it for you? Where you know. You know. God's got you. But we doubt. We're human. We do. It's amazing how that works. The Israelites saw the pillar of cloud, pillar of fire by night. Wait a minute, let me get this right. The pillar of cloud by day, was it by day? And the fire by night. And they constantly doubted. They get to the Red Sea and they're panicking. What? Were there not enough graves in Egypt? Is that why you brought us out here, Moses? Can you imagine being Moses? And these people could have had a revolt. Crazy stuff, man. You saw physical evidence of God keeping his hand on them and they still doubted. But we do too. Surf's up. Arby's hot ham and cheese were the best, I think. Gotta move to a town, a place that's right for me. The micro actually, I got that from a girl in real life that I was interested in. I had an online relation with her for almost a year. A Filipino that lived in Melbourne. I don't want to revisit all of that, but she named me Mikaru because it was Japanese for Michael. And I called her Maharani because it meant empress in Indonesian. That was head over heels for Maharani. She was quite a bit younger than me. Her mother got mad. Her mother was a Jesuit school teacher. A Jesuit is not a good thing. There's rituals and rites of the Jesuits that are just downright evil. They thought there was something wrong with Maharani getting online and talking to me. She showed up on my old YouTube channel leaving comments and said, I don't know who this is, but this woman is extremely intelligent. So I kept messaging her, and I don't know how we connected, Skype or something, and I was blown away. She was 22. And I thought, man, this girl's no dum-dum. But yes, she still had the immaturity, and the relationship wasn't going to work. You can't go to Australia and get a job there any more than you get a job in the Philippines. So what's nasty at Arby's? You know, has anybody been to a Chuck E. Cheese? Those came out after my time. I wasn't into Chuck E. Cheese because that came out when I believe it came out when I was an adult or just before I left high school. So it wasn't on my radar. The brain, it's funny how it works. When I first started, I was getting frustrated. I had a hard time with the first puzzle I did. The first puzzle was Iceland, and it was a sunset over a mountain, and it was beautiful. But the colors, oh my gosh, it was so hard to know what went to what. And I hadn't done jigsaw puzzles since I was a kid. Well, I think I did one when I was in Hibbing. D. Michelle, are you still in the house? Hello, Bluegrass. Hello, Mr. Russell again. Never been to Godfather's because I can't have wheat, so wheat is in the crust, wheat is in everything. We got a bunch of pieces that need to come together right now. Yeah, I think it was a fun place in the 80s for the kids, the video games, and it was a great birthday party place for little kids. That much I do remember. Let's see, we're going to get lucky here. Why does the weekend go so fast, guys? Why does it 2 days of a weekend go by faster than 1 day at work? I did get some stuff today done, but I did do a little lollygagging. That happens on occasion. You know what's weird? Those of you that are saved, I'm going to see you someday in heaven. That's going to be a mind blower. Because it's not going to be like down here. We're not going to have hang-ups and issues and fusses and flesh, and that'll be so awesome. Be delivered from our own doggone selves. That's a win-win, man. Yeah, no more struggle with sin. No more struggle with trolls. No more struggle with a lot of things. Our own selves. It's true. We are often our own worst enemy. If we're fair and objective. Oh, that goes there. What about this? I do. Deep down inside, I know I'm saved because deep down inside, backwoods, it's cool. The stuff that we all grew up on. Bazooka, Elvis, all the different just hodgepodge of stuff. 60s, 70s. Bazooka Joe, that's what his name was. Bazooka Joe Club, and they had the comics in there. They had a little comic strip from Bazooka Joe. Right there. Took me a minute. No, don't go there. That one goes there, though. But Anna would have dreams. And when she did, I took them all. So I never put her down. And it was always at night, like clockwork. Not often, but it was always in the nighttime after we had fallen asleep. And they were vivid, and she would tell me in detail. I mean, she didn't give just vague things. She told exactly what and when it was going to happen. It's like, wow, that's unbelievable. She had a gift from God. Badonka Kadonka. What is that from? Hey, Jack. And thank you. You also. Sock'em boppers. So, you remember the clackers? They were the big balls, and they banned those eventually because kids were getting hurt. But they were cool. Just don't put your fingers in there. Gotta make a move to a town that's right for me. Oh, I talk about it, talk about it, talk about moving. Won't you take me to Chicken Town? Badonka Donka. Maybe it was Bazooka Joe. Bazooka Joe was great comics, man. It wasn't the greatest gum, but we loved it as kids. Bazooka Joe gum. Bubblegum in a dish. How many pieces do you wish? What you gonna do when they come for you? Nope, it don't go there, sport. Please, please tell me now. Is there something I should know? Folks, what are the sock'em boppers? Yep, Duran Duran. I used to just obsess over them my junior, senior year. Love Duran Duran, man. That was my stuff back in the day. You know, this might be easy. If you find objects, at least you can tell what piece goes to the object. Anybody remember animal cookies or animal crackers with the pink frosting on them and the little white dots? They used to come in the little circus wagon box. They don't even make them like that anymore, do they? Barnum and Bailey crackers. Paintball. Wait a minute, we had an old wheel made of metal. That's awesome backwards. Dance into the fire. The wild boys are calling on their way back from the fire. In August moon surrender. The wild boys da 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 da. But there's murder by the roadside, In a sore, frightening world. And a view to a kill. That must have been one of their last songs. I never even heard that song until literally a few years ago. Admit one. Please, please tell me now. Is there a domino in there? No, it just looked like it. Man, I need some border pieces. This is different because there's so much color in here, it's hard to spot the end pieces. But hey, this doesn't have to be done in a day. This is kind of like therapy. That don't, wait a minute, or does it? Yes, it does. You're in the zone, auto zone. All right, folks, I suppose I should go to bed. Oh, they still have them. Mother's Cookies have the frosted animal cookies. D. Michelle, you stayed with me for a while. You're awesome. There's a man's face looking in my window. Don't scare me like that. You want me to turn around and go, I got you. There's nobody back there. Get out! Guys, don't be doing that. You had me looking at the phone to see a reflection. Don't do that to me, ladies. Nice one. That was good. I got you, babe. Got me. I'll tell you what, that made me really nervous. I'm sitting here and suddenly I'm back here and I'm like, what are you doing in here? Not okay. That does not go there. I'm warning you. I'm warning you. Oh, I got it now. But D. Michelle, too. You both. Wow. Made you look. Monkeys always look. We used to do that when we were in school. Get somebody to turn, monkeys always look. The other one was see the airplane, forgot the submarine, and punch them in the gut. I fell for that once. That was the last time. The other one was point to your head and say the initials of mountain. MT. Or the classic one was, Mother, may I, and spell cup. No, you may not see me pee. So stupid. Kids say the stupidest things. Stupid. Is there something I should know? How about that one? Yeah. Now we're getting somewhere. This is going to be fun to try to figure out what goes to what. Yes, we have no bananas. We have no bananas today. Oh, I hated that. I used to take my son to the library in Lakewood, and there was this snotty. The librarian ladies were so cool, except one young blonde girl who thought she was all that on a stick. And she would tell those kids, crisscross applesauce. And I looked at my son and I said, what is that? It means cross our legs. I said, okay. What would you do if I'm talking to you guys and suddenly you see Casper the friendly ghost in the window? That'd be a hoot. Hey, there's that piece. That's what I was... No, it don't go there, Mike. It don't go there either. What is going to connect it all? This... You remember watching TV as a kid? This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. For the next 60 seconds, you will hear the most irritating noise interrupt your favorite TV program. This is only a test. Ah! Time to go potty, time to go to the fridge and get snacks. Hurry. That's what commercials were for kids. Toilet, snacks. Then jump in the chair just in time for the show to start. Any of you do that? Any of you do that? Raise your hand if any of you did that. Commercials are on. Race to the toilet. You're watching a movie, cartoons. Or, come on, who did that? I did. Anybody? Yes, you could ask a random question. Well, Bluegrass, why don't you come on over? I'll protect you. Something about having a woman in the house makes me bolder than I am. Because then I have a reason to fight. I got a woman in here. Go ahead, make my day, clown. Make my day, clown. Yep, commercials were bathroom breaks. For the next 60 seconds, I'm going to call this TV station and tell them, stop interrupting my show for this foolishness. They don't do that anymore. Do you notice that? They do not do that anymore. What happens if we have a real emergency? Now we won't be notified through that. That's scary. I'm being facetious, of course. Look at this. This is going to be fun. There's so many pieces with just words, pictures. Mr. Goodbar. Mr. Uh-oh. Don't drop it now. Where does this go? Nope. It don't go there. It don't go there. All right, quick. A line from a movie. And somebody has to guess what movie. So I'll give you the first one. Yeah, if this walking carpet would get out of my way. That's it. That's all you get. I gave you an easy one. Baby Ruth. Star, yep, got it. Doggy for $800. That's funny. We got all this stuff all over the place. And we got to have some semblance of order here. Here, folks. This court is now in session. Will the Honorable Doggy McNaughty please rise? You may be seated. Thank you. Today we're going to take the case of D. Michelle, accused of trying to scare Michael Nelson. On November 8th, at approximately 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, she nearly gave Michael Nelson a heart attack. Michael Nelson is suing for punitive damages for increased heart rate. D. Michelle, do you have a defense attorney present, or are you representing yourself? There she is, all the smileys. I knew I could get her out of there. I knew I could roust her out. That's awesome. We also have an accusation made against Kentucky Bluegrass. Bluegrass, Miss Kentucky Bluegrass, are you present for the trial? Jesus is representing me. That's right. Oh, I have no other argument. I have no other plea. But that he died and shed his blood up on the cross for me. Wow. This is hard. This is unbelievable. If I could find the rest of the pieces. All right, we need to figure out where the stuff goes. What is that? Where's that funky stuff? Okay, that's the bottom. So we're going to steer this over here. Where does this thing go to? Oh, yeah. She's a brick house. She's mighty, just letting it all hang out. She's a brick house. This is fun. It's very therapeutic. Doggy's the bailiff. Now that ought to be funny. Doggy, that would be funny. Julio, get the stretch. Uptown funk you up. Uptown funk you up. Oh boy. Where does that go? Wow, it doesn't show it in the picture. Where is it? Wow, where is... Where does that blue section go? That's weird. It's not even on the picture. Now that's funky. Where does this piece, big old section go? All right, look for the circle. Wow, where does this go? They cut off part of this picture. Wow, now that's going to be a trip. Saturday night and I'm in the club. Don't believe me, just watch. Who's the judge? I'd have to say that's going to be Mob or Mr. E-Rock. I'm looking at the other box, but this section, I can't hold it up or it'll fall apart. It's got blue with dark blue lines. It's not even on the picture, but I know it's part of this. It's the same style of pieces. Where in the world? Don't believe me, just watch. The box top. Erica's still here. That's awesome. That's awesome. I feel like you guys are like my pseudo family. I don't even see it on here. There's the Coke bottle. Don't believe me. When they printed this on the box, it must have cut off part of the actual photograph. It's a cruel, cruel summer. Who wrote the book of love? Take a trip. Take a trumbo. Cross the water, like to see America. Mommy dear. All the girls in California. Not a lot I can do. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Good stuff, man. Super Tramp. Hello, Ex Mortis. Where have you been? How can D. Michelle be the judge in her own trial? Bluegrass started it. She's right. But let's just, you know what? Let's have fun. Somebody make a false accusation against somebody in the room. Go. Let's start a fake drama. Let's do it. We're going to add on to this, have fun. Somebody make a false accusation against somebody in the room. Let's go. We're going to do something fun here. Let's see if it goes the way it is. I have been okay no longer. Well, it's been a while. A long while. Come on, somebody make a false accusation. Let's start a drama. Oh, no. Man, I'm glad they caught it, Ex Mortis. Which one's Jim? Jim likes clowns sexually. Uh-oh. Jim, is there something I don't know about your side activities? That's why I heard all the way from Montana's Send in the Clowns. What's all that laughter? I don't know. Don't go in there. Mr. Iraq is hitting the gritty in the kitchen. Doggy, how did you come up with that, of all things? I guess I should have clarified. They have to be clean. No sexual promiscuity here, please. I remember seeing a show, Cops, once. They had a clown, a guy dressed up as a clown doing a sting for prostitutes. That was weird. Lady gets in the truck and he goes, have you ever been with a clown before? And she's laughing. She goes, no, you've never been with a clown. Well, you're in for a real treat. How much do you charge? $100. He goes, well, I'm a clown, but you're on camera, and if you look over there, the police are going to arrest you now. I'm glad you enjoyed being with a clown. Now that's scary. Got caught. Lies, all lies. Yeah, what happened to the waffle iron, Mr. E-Rock? I heard that went missing. What'd you do with it? I heard Miss E-Rock just bought it and it's already gone. Were you cooking your Star Wars figures again? Michael ate a dozen eggs. Yeah, raw too, right? That would be disgusting. Oh, yeah? Mrs. E-Rock dumped all the ranch dressing in the colander. And the stuff was so thick it got stuck in the holes and now it no longer strains anymore. Nice. Nicely done. I made you a new bowl. That's funny. Everybody, where's my picture? Concentric circles. Oh, that goes all the way up here. Where does this thing go? I don't know, but it ain't there. What a deal. Boy, I never, now this puzzle, I said it was going to be easy. Normally, I can have the frame whipped out by now. Not this thing. How are you guys coming with your puzzle? The E-Rock family? Yeah, Mr. E-Rock, I told you about that public nudity. We're going to have a chat about that. You just can't do that, bruh. You're going to get caught. That's not naughty enough for Doggy. No, Naughty likes playing with blow-up dolls. He even has a video. He was banging a blow-up doll. Isn't that fancy? See, now I'm looking, and I am noticing that not all the picture is on this box. This is why this is confusing as all get out. Wow, so now we have to play the guessing game. That's going to be a hoot. Guitar Hero. The LA freeway of jigsaw puzzle pieces. Let's see if that goes. No, that's going to go like this. Does that tie in or not? Oh, it does. Wow. Got the guitar fret. Is it called the fret? The neck part is called the fret, right? Making false accusations. Mr. Russell, could you please tell me where you put my can opener? Because it's missing again, and you're the last one to use it. What happened to my can opener? Well, 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 it goes there. bazooka. That's all the way at the top. This is down here. Oh, wow. This gets difficult. What is that stuff? Wow, this is tough, folks. We'll get it, though. That's what I'm trying to do. Words don't come easy to me. Aha. I just found the end piece. Nope, it is part of that, but I need a piece in between that. Ruh-roh. You pawned the can opener. How much did you get for that? You actually pawned the can opener. Well, you must be hurting for money. They gave you what, 50 cents? Now that's funny. You know you're hard up when you trick or treat on Friday and sell the candy at the flea market on Saturday. Whee! Okay, that's resourceful. Where is El Shaddai? El Shaddai. Wow, yeah, the top and part of the side has been cut off. No, it's the top that's been cut off. So I have no idea what's going on. This is going to be a hoot. In the city or in the woods, help keep America looking good. Hoo-hoo! Give a hoot, don't pollute. Wow. What were you for Halloween? Don't tell me a clown. Send in the clowns. La da 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 da. A Knights Templar, really? Jukebox hero. He had one guitar. Jukebox hero. He had one guitar. Wow. This is difficult. Took the can opener to the pawn shop. Poor doggy needs a woman at his side at all times. I wouldn't mind having a woman at my side, period. Bluegrass, when are you coming to Georgia? D. Michelle, when are you coming to Georgia? First come, first serve. I think we got some decent women in here. I think any one of them would probably be okay with me. You're going through December. Where are you going, Bluegrass? That was a good can opener. Jukebox hero. Wow, this is... Florida. Wow, you'll be so close and yet so far. How sad. Mrs. E-Rock, I did not floss my butt. I believe your cat was using it last. I have no idea what he was doing with it, but I did see it near the cat. He probably said, I'm sick of licking my bung. I'm going to use her toothbrush. I don't know. Wow, Bluegrass. Are you driving solo? I got a futon and I got enough blankets. I won't molest you, I promise you. Not unless you let me. No, but I behave myself. That'd be awesome. It would be fun to see you. It'd be fun to have somebody in here. Oh my gosh. Break out the monotony. Extra, extra, read all about it. Somebody's at Mike's house. "300 miles isn't much. When I was a kid, we'd go straight from Mammoth down to LA, and that was 300 miles, and there were no 65 speed limits back then. Ooh. I know I'm all out of bubbly burst. And I can't, where is Larry Shea? I have not seen her. I hope she's okay. You get used to people, and when they're not here, I hope she's okay. She's been here. She has definitely been here, a regular. There must have been love, but it's over now. I hope she isn't singing that tune. Fell in love with somebody on the internet. The internet? Ruh-roh. Does that go there? Or does that just, yeah, that goes there. That's some psychedelic colors, dude. That looks like something that would have been definitely flying in the 60s. Oh, but it all connects. Wee, this is fun. You know, I have not seen Mob. I need to call him tomorrow. I did, and the thing is, he's so busy now. They've got him working OT, lots of OT. And it must have been love, but it's over now. Oh my gosh, yeah, the whole top of this picture was cut off. They didn't put the whole puzzle in the box. Well, that's a rip off. I bet you that goes right there. Look at that. Now, where's the rest of this kid's face? Great. Where's his face? Eyes without a face. Does it go right there? Yes. Oh, we're getting somewhere. We're getting a border. She leads a lonely life. Why does that part of that song get stuck in my head all the time now? Anybody have that? My uncle, Hey Jude, would get stuck in his mind, or Penny Lane, or one of those, and he'd always be whistling it. And my cousin, you know, everybody's got habits. My cousin would sit there and he'd be reading a book and he'd be going, Stephen, what are you doing? What? That noise. What noise? What is all that? Bridge is awesome. Yes, absolutely, Mr. Russell. Ooh. You say that you love me. I know that it's true. Don't you wish your girlfriend was hot like me? Don't ya? Don't ya? What are we doing? That needs to go back in the bin. Look at that, folks. Does this go here? It doesn't go here, it doesn't go there, it doesn't go anywhere. Sam I am. I do not like green eggs and ham. I don't like them in a roller coaster car. I don't like them on the planet Mars. But if you insist, I'll simply hate and desist. Don't give me that awful food. Wow, this is a trip, man. How much you want to bet that goes right there? No, trick photography once again. Do you, Jim? And I actually like that song. But I don't hear it that much. But I do like that song. Bow, bow, bow. I better stop. Then it'll get stuck in his head. I could tell that one by the shape. Or no. No, that's deceiving. No, that don't go there. Touching me, touching you, sweet Caroline. Thanks, James. Thank you. Bow, bow, bow. Da 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 da. Hi, Sam. How are you? Do you always feel like you're in the doghouse? Oh, there's the rest of the kid's face. All right. Gotta have your face intact, dude. You can't go through life without your face. That's serious stuff. That goes there. Well, this is fun. All right, folks, I need to hang it up. This boy better go to sleep. I want to thank everybody for coming tonight. We had a lot of things going on here, story time and everything else. Uh-oh, dropped a piece or two. Can't do that. What's this? Nope, that doesn't go. Yeah, we got the good people in here, man. Why am I different? We're all different, buddy. But Leon, if you spell your name backwards, it says Noel. Yeah, thank you, Mr. E-Rock, Mr. and Mrs. E-Rock. You guys got more of your puzzle done than me. So you guys got all the easy stuff. I bet you got the whole frame put together. Not me. Oh, no. I couldn't be that fortunate. I mean, this is crazy over here. Crazy. Why do I get all the hard ones, man? That goes there. One of these nights. I'm gonna find you one of these nights. Anybody want some oatmeal? What does that go to? Let's try this. Maybe. Oh, look, we just got the connector for the bottom piece. This is fun. Now we just need the, man, this is going to be a long puzzle. Or is it? We're going to find out. I'm a little teapot, short and stout. This is my handle. This is my spout. When I get all steamed up, then I shout, tip me over and pour me out. Na, 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 na. Let's do a mashup of Game Show with Teapot. Fighting every once in a while, yeah. Family Feud. Survey says, ding. What game show's that? Does anybody know? I forgot. What would you do for a Klondike bar? I'd cross the Alps. Tap, tap, dib, dib, swallow the golden key. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a tiger by a toe. If he hollers, let him go. My mommy told me to pick the very best one, and you are not it. Remember that, ladies? Apple sticks, they make me sick. They make my heart go 2, 4, 6. Good old jump rope tunes. I remember all the girls on the playground would be doing jump rope tunes. Wow, this is getting down to the wire over here. Oh, I know where that goes. Right there. How much of the puzzle you guys got done? E-Rock, Ring Around the Rosie. Price is Right, thank you. Dude, I'm... Oh, earthquake fault. That's dumb. Man, this thing's got to go way up high. We're missing a piece. Which one? Nope, that don't go there. This is a strange piece. What does that go to? I don't know. I still think kazoo was funnier. Gazoo. Mary had a little lamb. Ha! D. Michelle caught me yawning. I don't want to put anybody on the spot. D. Michelle, if you could, would you see me? Would you feel confident to see me? D. Michelle's got the cutest face picture. She just looks so naturally happy. I love that. I've always liked that. Wow, it went to that. We're getting somewhere, folks. It's taking time, but wow, where does that go? Shadow dancing. Okay, that's it, folks. Gotta pull more pieces, but not tonight. It is time to say goodbye to all my family. MICKEY. Chat room infinity. I smoked crack on the Titanic. Well, that's awesome, and you're still alive. I'd like to know how you pulled that off. Its face was white as snow. It's not available. What do you mean? Wow, what a nice name. She-ball. When did you make this channel? Oh, are you a kid? Do you need to be put on a timeout? Okay, you're out of here. Bye. When you got a name like that, you're certified out of here. Bye. I don't need no ball in the house. I'm about to leave one in the toilet. You guys. What do you mean? No, I shouldn't be greedy here, but how come you weren't able to donate? Yeah, I smoked crack on the Titanic. That was an original, I will say that. Calling me a pimp, though, nah, we're not having that. I ain't no pimp. I ain't no smoker. The only thing I can say is I'm an all-night joker. Oh, yeah, baby. Let's play Is There a Hole in Here? That is so funny. Pond got me so hooked onto that thing. It's funny. All right. It is time to shut her down, folks. I'd love to have a studio. Run it 24/7. Play elevator music for the rest of the evening. We'll play The Girl from Ipanema, 99 red balloons, up, up, and away, my beautiful balloon. We'll play Baby Shark 10 times straight. We'll play The Wheels on the Bus Go Round and Round. We'll play 99 bottles of crack on the wall. Yeah, not. All right. Lights are out. I seen Dee Michelle's channel. Does she do videos? She just did a couple, right? People say I talk like a pimp. If you look like a pimp, if you smell like a pimp. Oh, that's gross. What does a pimp smell like? Pimp odor. That's a new one. Well, as long as you're not a hairless chihuahua, you should be fairly okay. But if you're a hairless chihuahua, I don't know about that one. All right, folks. Thank you. It's been fun. Dee Michelle's married. Oh my gosh, I did not know that, Michelle. I'm so sorry. Forgive me. You can't see me. Good night, Erica. Thanks for coming, and thanks for coming, Dee Michelle. That's awesome. We like it when you're here, all of you. laughing my butt off. Well, that means Bluegrass is still single. Seriously, if you feel safe, if you feel comfortable, let me know if you want to have a stay over. If it's like a Friday night or weekend when you're going, shoot, it'd be cool to meet you, Bluegrass. You could come through Disgusta. Of course, coming the way you're coming from Kentucky, I'd have to look at your best route. Augusta might be slightly out of your way, but it'd be fun to see you. D. Michelle, I would visit you in a minute. That'd be fun. That would be awesome. Bluegrass and I would have to make time to do a live. Absolutely. Absolutely. Had a dispatcher in Duluth. They used to change all the words. Everything had the suffix AGE on the end. Mike, you want to do a little charterage instead of charter? You want to do a little charterage? Yes, I want to do some charterage. I want all the bus trips you can throw at me. I was like that in my 20s. I took everything they threw at me. I took everything. But it was different. The kids were not like they are down here. I used to love driving basketball. And I drove the bus till midnight, get home, get 4 hours of sleep, get up and do it again. Oh my gosh, was that the insane days? The insane days of living the life as a single man driving a school bus. I didn't have to worry about anybody, so I drove and drove my life away. Deep into Wisconsin, late at night, snow on the roads, nobody else. I was the only vehicle out there. That was just the way it was. Gotta change into my night clothes. Oh, yeah. Man, it was actually, the heater has not come on at all. Last night or today, it was just 74 in the house, but Monday and Tuesday are going to be cold for us here in Georgia. I actually have to wear my socks to bed. Next week, I'm going to have to break out the fur blanket to put over this blanket. This is my purple blanket. I love this thing, man. This is awesome. That thing is toasty. That is my favorite blanket. Yep. We like to have fun. Gotta go brush my teeth. Go potty. And call it a night. I live on Lake Wateree. You like my pillow with the cherubs on it? I've had this for years. I actually put this between my knees. My knees, I don't have tiny little legs, but my knees are bony, and I put it between my knees because I don't have a lot of padding in between my knees, and my knees, they're uncomfortable against each other. Man, I bleach mopped the floor. Did y'all see? I changed my window covering. I thought it was time to update it. Instead of this, it's that. Now it looks like a baby nursery in here. Bluegrass, I know we're still chatting because I'm addicted to you guys. A naked picture pillow. Doggy, you sick little boy. It's cherubs. Look, aren't they cute? One's dreaming about I don't know what, and a little girl cherub that's cute. It's just a cherub pillow. This thing's old. I can't even find one. I need to replace it. It's old. Watch this, Bluegrass. That folds down into a nice little, and I don't sleep naked, so you don't have to worry about me being indecent, but you can sleep on that. It's comfortable. I slept on that for a year. I had a sheet down on it, not even stained or ruined at all. I'm a clean guy. I take care of my stuff. That'd be fun, Bluegrass. Oh my gosh, if it was a weekend, we'd probably stay up late and talk into the night. My cousin and I used to do that. The lights would be off. I'd start to fall asleep. Michael, Yeah? Do you like bean sprouts? Really, Bill? 2 o'clock in the morning, and you asked me if I like bean sprouts. I've never even had them before. We still bring that up to this day. I said, why did you do that? I don't know. I needed to know. I said, wow, that's crazy. Bluegrass, that'd be fun. I'd actually get excited. That sounds so silly. Yes, adults can have a sleepover. That is so awesome. And we can be totally good. You know, I'm able to do that. That's what's fun. I get all excited. I'm having a sleepover. That'd be funny. Nobody else lives in here, but you hear this parental voice. No touching in there. Quiet down. Go to sleep. I don't actually hunt. I don't know if I'd be a good hunter. I like venison, but I'd have a hard time killing a deer. Sleepover at Michael's. Gosh, can you imagine if all the lady chatters that watch me were here? The neighborhood would wonder what the heck is going on. What are all those women filing into that guy's house for? I don't know, but he's got something going on. Hoo-wee. We got to have fun, folks. Look at that, 45 likes. We did good tonight. That's awesome. Get in the Jamie's eating. You guys ever been to the Roadkill Cafe? Smear of deer, chunk of skunk, collie hit by a trolley. And then Wednesday night special, guess what it is? Eat it for free. Yes, slab of lab. They got the best of the pickings, folks. Yuck, I'm not going. Something about picking possum fur out of my food just doesn't appeal to me. There was a possum in my backyard one night looking right at me being guilty. I said, what are you doing back there, boy? That possum stood up on his hind leg. Who you calling boy? Even the possum's ghetto. Yeah, bluegrass, I like deer. 22 potato silencer spotlighting. Only seen one doe. Wow. What is spotlighting? All right. Since we got this going so far, we might as well brush my teeth because I hate to end the chat when we're all having such a good old time in here. I bleach mop my house. It smells so good. I love it. I discipline myself to keep up on this place. I spend enough time. By the way, y'all saw my video. This stuff is crap. You have to get this. 2-ply, 1-ply. See the difference? Garbage. Good. Butt smiles. Butt flips me off. Butt smiles. Butt flips me off. Don't use this. It's no good. Hey, Pablo, how much you pay the guy? You pay him too much. Why is toilet paper so expensive? I went to the store today, I swear. I go and buy groceries and it goes, I even bought less stuff today. And it goes up and up and up. I swear, they're creeping those prices up. And then gas last week was $2.66 a gallon. Now it's $2.76. What's driving all this? Did somebody fart in the Middle East again? I feel like an actual kid about to have a sleepover. That's so funny. Mommy, can Bluegrass sleep over tonight? Yes. That'd be fun. I got so happy when Mr. and Mrs. E-Rock came down and Mob and his wife. I think it would be fun. Oh, this is my house, JB. I own it. I've been remodeling it for the last 5 years. Oh, yeah, this is bought and owned. This is my boat anchor. It keeps me in one place. Oh, I have to sign out, folks. It's time for me to visit the porcelain deity. What is it doing out there? No moon tonight. It's clouding up. Skies are getting dark. Little did Michael realize when he went to sleep that night that when he woke up the next day, nothing would ever be the same again. Yeah, it was. You guys, thanks, man. It was fun. Bluegrass, it was fun. It like broke up the monotony. I'm strong. People might not think that, but shoot, I make it. I made it through all the crap of the last few months. Yeah, I did start at about 5 p.m. Have we been on here 5 hours? Is that like a record? Well, thank you, Bluegrass. Look, trust me, there's days I feel weak and I'm as human as anybody, but God has made me strong through the process. And that's good. I don't have no mommy to hold my hand. I mean, it's me and God. And sometimes in my own flesh, I'm like, God, are you there? Or is it just me? And God's going, you know what, buddy? I hold your next breath. Shut it. Shut it. That's right. Bluegrass, seriously, though, let me know. I would be more than happy to have you. That'd be fun. I'll have to take you to the restaurant if you. Depends on what it is. If it's a weekend, I don't get the school holidays off anymore, which sucks. But if you do it and time it with a weekend or whatever, shoot, we'll go to dinner over there at the Mexican restaurant. They got good food over there. Ask Mr. and Mrs. E-Rock. They loved it. I get so excited, somebody sleeping in my room, turn off the light and just talk until we both. Maybe we should broadcast it. Everybody go, let's see if they do something they're not supposed. Yeah, right, like we're going to do that with the camera rolling. This is a good one, too. That'd be awesome, you guys. You see that, Bluegrass? Then you can meet them too. That'd be fun. I'd feel 100% safe, Bluegrass, coming down here. I'm getting to know you all. And you just sense. That's awesome. I wouldn't have to sleep with one eye open. 1,500 miles away to the north. You're up there at what? Connecticut? Or Massachusetts? Massachusetts. I know that, Bluegrass. I'm a mass. I'm a asshole. I've never heard that before. Wow, doggy, is that what they call them? There's just no inflatable dolls allowed in here. No beer cans, no dope, no cigarettes, no animals. That's an ultimatum, darn it. Ah, he's all, doggy's going, well, that nixes me. I love you, doggy. We all love you, man. You become part of the furniture here. We all praying for you. We all care. That's a fact. All right, folks. I'm out. Good night. Farewell. Da 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 da. The hills are alive with the sound of snoring. Oh, all right, time to go. We've had enough clowning. You guys have a good one. Oh, you'll kick it eventually. All right, take care, everybody. Till next time. Night.